हेलो हेलो।
हेलो हेलो। चेक चेक वन 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 वन। हेलो हेलो चेक चेक वन वन टू थ्री। हेलो चेक चेक।
ये भी
अब मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
उसमें ना एक प्रिंटर और हमने देखा है, वो भी उसकी
योगेश जी मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही है जी, आपकी आवाज आ रही है जी।
देख लिया होगा नीचे।
उसमें बात करो, वैसी बात करो, फोन में काट रहा
और
हूँ।
आप एसएसडी कौन सी बता रहे थे, दूसरी वाली को कौन सी कंपनी बता रहे थे?
हाँ मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही है जी, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
ठीक है, आपकी भी ठीक है।
एस 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 टी।
और बताइए जी।
बढ़िया।
आप नीचे आ रहे हो?
नीचे क्यों?
स्टैंडर्ड ठीक है, बढ़िया है ना?
ठीक है जी, ठीक है।
हेलो 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 हेलो। मयंक मयंक कहाँ है? मयंक किधर बाहर है? इधर की उधर? ओके।
Intertwined with an eternal philosophy of affinity and prosperity, India is now one of the fastest growing big economies. It is a perfect melting pot of aim and ambition from where a future is rising to inspire the whole world. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing in its 75th year of independence, India is poised to resurge its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
आज जब हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, अगले 25 वर्ष हमारे देश के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है.
A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra and endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation, and holistic participation amongst the government, industry, and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey. PhD CCI, ideally positioned as the apex middle market chamber, representative of 70% MSME entities as members, spreading over 150,000 companies across 16 states and 4 union territories, is well poised to be one of the key growth enablers in the country's accelerated economic development initiative.
Our commitment is part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India, while working in tandem with the government and policymakers. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. PhD CCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium, and small industries, and is one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with Diamond Grade by NABIT QCI, playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth will surely speed up economic recovery. This increased spending on infrastructure will have a multiplier effect to rejuvenate the aggregate demand in the economy, particularly for sectors such as cement, metal, power, and more importantly, also generate jobs. The Gati Shakti Master Plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation, railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, thereby reducing logistic costs.
PhD CCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all issues having bearing on industry, trade, and commerce, and offers an opportunity to its members to be a part of the delegation for such interactions.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों, ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करती है, उनसे बात कर रहा हूं, तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in India, PhD CCI at the global level, the Chamber has been working with the embassies and high commissions in India and overseas to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. With the in-house expertise, PhD CCI offers advisory services to Indian industries on most aspects of their business and have separate MSME cell, an IPR facilitation center in Delhi, and regional offices providing services to MSMEs and other members. PhD CCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms, and meeting rooms in its own offices located in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, and Jaipur.
As PhD Chambers works at a grassroots level and the state are its major strength, PhD Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry, and people. PhD Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PhD CCI provides opportunities to be a part of expert committees, task forces, wherein views of the chamber are formulated on topical issues through deliberations in these committees or task forces and shared with the government for favorable consideration. PhD Chamber provides excellent networking opportunities with government officials, diplomats, leading names from all spheres of life, including business peers. PhD CCI has a bouquet of services to energize the industry and boost business growth. Some of them are certification services, energy audit services, Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, and Water Audit Center. We have been contributing in 8 thrust areas, that is, industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure development, green energy, agribusiness and food processing, indigenization in defense manufacturing, Ayush and health and digital India.
PhD CCI envisages New India, Dream India. The next 25 years of Amrit Kal would provide great opportunities to build.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
The economy will attain.
We will be starting with the conclave very shortly in another 10 minutes. We're just waiting for few of our speakers to arrive. Most of them have already arrived and they're at the Modi Hall. So I will request you to kindly bear with us for another 10 minutes. Thank you.
The agriculture sector will be sufficient not only to serve the domestic population, but also will be significantly visible in the global agri and food exports. We envisage a new India where millions of jobs are created for the growing young population and socio-economic development of the nation, which is moving to a developed economy.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvements in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes, with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav.
I would like to compliment PhD Chamber that they are organizing this program so that there is greater awareness. And if I can leave a little task, that do seek opinion of people so that if we want to inject something better into the system, which we can.
The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government. The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD Chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies. I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Standalone session on geopolitical spillovers and Indian economy with Dr. M.D. Patra, Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India.
It would be remiss of me to go further without mentioning that I have actually been in touch with the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for almost 20 years. A figure in our survey of professional forecasters, the RBI conducts a survey of everyone who forecasts, and their work figures very prominently. Actually, they figure in what we call the fan chart. We have a fan chart around a projection which describes the balance of risks.
37th edition of Ambassadors Meet 2022 with the theme Fostering International Economic Cooperation. International Climate Summit 2022, an initiative of the Indo-Norwegian Partnership, was organized by the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Greenstat AS in Bergen, Norway, in partnership with Invest India. The India-centric summit focused especially on exploring opportunities for green hydrogen in India. The event received extensive coverage from media houses in India and Norway. PhD CCI organized Education Summit 2022 at PhD House, New Delhi. Chief guest Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, Government of India. An interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of PhD CCI report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspiring journey of women entrepreneurs. PhD CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasizes on the need of diversity inclusion in the society. PhD CCI organized the first lecture of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Memorial Lecture Series. The chief guest was Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of Tourism, Culture and DONER, Government of India, towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD CCI delegates have several call-on meetings, including Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, and meetings with Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, and other Union Cabinet Ministers, Ministers of States, Chief Ministers, and other prominent dignitaries. PhD CCI is appreciated by everyone for their commendable endeavor in policy advocacy, upliftment of Indian industry, contribution to expansion of bilateral trade and social work. This year also presented occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and PhD CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. PhD CCI has signed numerous MOUs with the aim to establish and develop effective links between the business communities to promote mutual trade and investment, and also facilitate interaction between the members to improve cooperation to achieve an inclusive growth for the nation. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The double shock of COVID-19 crisis and Russia-Ukraine war has led to rising risks to global economy. However, Indian economy is projected to grow at the fastest rate as compared to the other leading economies in the world. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has undertaken slew of initiatives to rejuvenate economy and businesses from the daunting impact of pandemic and recent geopolitical distress between Russia and Ukraine. The PhD Chamber represented more than 300 micro and macro level of issues of trade and industry to the various departments of Government of India and state governments, of which more than 200 have been very kindly accepted by the dignitaries.
Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world. We would like to thank our annual sponsors, patron and star members for their continued support in taking the vision of PhD CCI to newer heights. Intertwined with an eternal philosophy of affinity and prosperity, India is now one of the fastest growing big economies. It is a perfect melting pot of aim and ambition from where a future is rising to inspire the whole world. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing in its 75th year of independence, India is poised to resurge its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
आज जब हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, अगले 25 वर्ष हमारे देश के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है.
A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra and endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation, and holistic participation amongst the government, industry, and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey. PhD CCI, ideally positioned as the apex middle market chamber, representative of 70% MSME entities as members, spreading over 150,000 companies across 16 states and 4 union territories, is well poised to be one of the key growth enablers in the country's accelerated economic development initiative.
Our commitment is part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India, while working in tandem with the government and policymakers. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. PhD CCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium, and small industries, and is one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with Diamond Grade by NABIT QCI, playing its role of a policy advocate and extending best support to the industry stakeholders.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth will surely speed up economic recovery. This increased spending on infrastructure will have a multiply effect to rejuvenate the aggregate demand in the economy, particularly for sectors such as cement, metal, power, and more importantly, also generate jobs. The Gati Shakti Master Plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation, railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, thereby reducing logistic costs.
PhD CCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all issues having bearing on industry, trade, and commerce, and offers an opportunity to its members to be a part of the delegation for such interactions.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों, ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करते हैं, उनसे बात कर रहा हूं, तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in India, PhD CCI at the global level, the Chamber has been working with the embassies and high commissions in India and overseas to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. With the in-house expertise, PhD CCI offers advisory services to Indian industries on most aspects of their business and have separate MSME cell, an IPR facilitation center in Delhi, and regional offices providing services to MSMEs and other members. PhD CCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms, and meeting rooms in its own offices located in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, and Jaipur.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the state are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry, and people. PH Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PHDCCI provides opportunities to be a part of expert committees, task forces, wherein views of the chamber are formulated on topical issues through deliberation with government officials, diplomats, leading names from all spheres of life, including business peers. PHDCCI has a bouquet of services to energize the industry and boost business growth. Some of them are certification services, energy audit services, Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, and Water Audit Center. We have been contributing in 8 thrust areas, that is, industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure development, green energy, agribusiness and food processing, indigenization in defense manufacturing, Ayush and health and digital India.
PhD CCI envisages New India, Dream India. The next 25 years of Amrit Kal would provide great opportunities to build a new India. The economy will attain its potential growth rate of double digits, becoming the 3rd largest economy in world ecosystem. The manufacturing sector will be globally competitive, and the manufacturing exports will shift from USD billions to USD trillions every year. The agriculture sector will be sufficient not only to serve the domestic population, but also will be significantly visible in the global agri and food exports. We envisage a new India where millions of jobs are created for the growing young population and socio-economic development of the nation, which is moving to a developed economy.
PHDCCI continuously contributes towards structural improvements in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management, and value chains of MSMEs and startups.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All our delegates have arrived and we are just starting now in another 1 minute or so. So I would request everybody to kindly settle down, and specifically people on the 3rd row to kindly come forward and take the front seats, please, so that the people who are joining us late can join us from behind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience. We have all the dignitaries and the speakers who have arrived. So in a minute or so, we will be starting. So thank you once again for the patience. May I request you to kindly get everybody
So once again, welcome to all of you. We have all our dignitaries here. So I would request Lieutenant General Philip Compose and Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain to please be on the dais. I also request Ms. Laura Hoffman to please come on the dais. Dr. Adrian Hack, Mr. Saket Dalmia, President PhD CCI, Mr. Rudra Shriram, the Chair of Defense Committee from PhD, and Colonel Saurabh Sarnyal, the CEO and SG of PhD CCI. So please be on the dais, sir. So once again, on behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and their India office, we welcome you for this important session which we are doing on India International Geopolitics Conclave, past, present and future. The idea came when we met Dr. Adrian Hack and Mr. Pankaj that why can't we have these kind of activities? And then we started talking to the veterans, and we are thankful that all of them came supporting, especially Major Gaurav. He was very helpful in curating this program with us. And as we have another veteran in the chamber itself, Colonel Saurabh Sarnyal, he was guiding us to take this further. So thank you very much, sir. So just to start, before we start, I would request all of you to rise for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Thank you. So now I would request Colonel Saurabh Sarnyal, the CEO and Secretary General of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to give his opening remarks, please.
Thank you, Naveen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished speakers, Dr. Adrian Hack, Director, India Office of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Our President, Shri Saket Dalmia, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Ms. Laura Hoffman, MDL, CDU, political scientist, member of the German Parliament. Lieutenant General Philip Compose, PVSM, AVSM and Bar, VSM, retired, former Vice Chief of the Indian Army. Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM and Bar, retired, former GOC 15 Corps, member NDMA and Chancellor Central University of Kashmir. Shri Rudra Shriram, our Chair of the Defense Committee, PhD CCI, Managing Committee members, former presidents, my colleagues, distinguished panelists, distinguished speakers, and the participants today in the very important conference on International Geopolitics Conclave. It's my friends from the media. It's my pleasure to welcome all the distinguished guests and learned audience on behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry today, this evening here on this very important International Geopolitics Conclave. First of all, please allow me to welcome our guests of honor. Apart from Ms. Laura Hoffman, MDL, CDU, political scientist, member of the General Parliament, Lieutenant General retired Philip Compose, PVSM, AVSM Bar, VSM, former Vice Chief of the Indian Army, and Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM and Bar, retired, former GOC Chinar Corps, member NDMA and Chancellor Central University of Kashmir. Before we go into the nitty-gritty and the opening remarks, a word about General Philip Compose and General Syed Atta Hasnain, please. With your permission, sir. Lieutenant General Philip Compose served as the Vice Chief of Army Staff at the Indian Army from August 2014 till his retirement in July 2015. He was commissioned into 9 Gurkha Rifles in 1974. He has vast operational and command experience, including being the commander of a mechanized infantry battalion and commander of an infantry division near the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. He was the Chief Staff Officer Land Vector at the headquarters of Strategic Forces Command and commander of 12 Corps, Jodhpur. He has also served as an instructor at the NDA, Defense Services Staff College, and at the Tactical Wing of Armored Corps Center and School. He was deputed to the United Nations peacekeeping missions in former Yugoslavia and northern Iraq. In 2013, he was appointed as the General Officer Commanding in Chief of the Western Command prior to his appointment as the Vice Chief of Army Staff. General Compose is an alumnus of the National Defense College, New Delhi, the Higher Command course at Army War College, MAU, and a tactical course in Russia. He holds an MPhil in Defense Management and Security Studies and in Strategic Studies from Indore and Madras Universities, respectively. A word about General Syed Atta Hasnain. Through most of his 40 years illustrious career, General Hasnain has served in the turbulent environment and hotspots, from Sri Lanka to Siachen Glacier, from the Northeast to Jammu and Kashmir, and in the UN operations from Mozambique to Rwanda. He has seen it all in crucial appointments. He served 7 tours in J&K, decorated in almost all of them, and knows the J&K conflict comprehensively. He commanded the Indian Army's Srinagar-based 15 Corps and is today one of the foremost writers and analysts on J&K, Pakistan, Middle East, transnational extremist violence. As a much sought-after speaker, he writes in the Times of India, the Indian Express, the Hindu, Deccan Chronicle, and the Asian Age, besides being a regular participant in television debates on mainstream television. With a strong academic background from Sherwood College, Nainital, St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and the Royal College of Defense Studies, King's College, London, and the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, Hawaii, he has been at the forefront of encouraging the adoption of the US-initiated scholar-warrior concept in the Indian Army. He has spoken at the Lee Kuan Yew School for Public Policy, the Raj Ratnam School for International Studies, and the Indian Institute for Social Asian Studies, the International Institute of Strategic Studies, London. He is associated with the Vivekananda International Foundation and Center for Joint Warfare Studies as Distinguished Fellow, and is on the Governing Council of the Indian Council of World Affairs and Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies. On 13 July 2018, the President of India appointed Lieutenant General Hasnain as the Chancellor of the Central University of Kashmir. A highly decorated 3-star general, he superannuated from the Indian Army in July 2013 after 40 years of active and distinguished service. Ladies and gentlemen, now coming to the topic today, independent India's foreign policy has gone through 3 geopolitical phases, and in that their transitions. From 1947 to the 1960s, a bipolar Cold War world. From the early 1960s to mid-80s, rapid changes in its neighborhood, such as China falling out with the Soviets and moving to the US side, and the post-Cold War world when the US emerged as the sole superpower in unipolar world order. India has diplomatic relations with 201 states and dependencies around the world, having 199 missions and posts operating globally, while plans to open new missions hosted by 11 UN member states. We have seen from India's strategic stance the pinnacle of strategic autonomy, emphasizing diplomatic activity, geopolitical pragmatism, placing national interests before bloc politics, and maintaining excellent connections with all the parties so that India can utilize these relations to get the best possible result even during times of global turbulence. India has also applied strategic autonomy as an endeavor to maximize policy space, while maintaining national interest. India regards bloc politics as a limitation on its activities and options. So far, India's recent primary focus has been on balancing China, cultivating strategic ties with both the West and Asia, and maintaining a firm strategic grip on the regional geopolitical framework. However, the recent extraordinary developments in international politics pose a significant challenge for us to its neutral status. India must now deal with both political and economic issues while maintaining prosperity. So the atmosphere is really difficult or challenging for us, despite the fact that India has done exceptionally well so far. We have recently been highly active with our organizational strategy, connecting with other economic and strategic groups and finding opportunities for further economic and strategic advantage, the results of which have been seen very recently with India taking over the G20 presidentship. The motive behind organizing today's conference is that India International Geopolitics Conclave is to bridge the gap of understanding of the current geopolitical scenario. With this, and not taking much of your time, ladies and gentlemen, I would once again welcome all our distinguished panelists on the dais and off the dais and looking forward for a very fruitful and rewarding discussion today. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your opening remarks and setting the agenda for today's conference. Now I would like to invite Dr. Adrian Hack, the Director, India Office of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, for your address, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Dalmia, friends from PhD Chamber, distinguished business people, members of parliament, diplomats, welcome to this event. We are very happy to be part of it as Konrad Adenauer Foundation. And I would like to say a special welcome to the representative of the Ukrainian embassy. I will just take a very little time of your attention, because I'm happy to give the floor to all the distinguished speakers. I think we have a great mixture of speakers from different fields and different countries. And as we are named after Konrad Adenauer, the first Chancellor of Germany, who was also founder of the European Union, we are, of course, bonded to the idea of open trade. It's our heritage, it's our DNA. But as Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we are also, let's say, the foundation of the Conservative Party, of the Christian Democratic Party, the party of Angela Merkel, CDU. And therefore, I'm very delighted that I have a delegation of members of German Parliament who came here to India, not for let's say, a general trip to India covering various topics, but particularly to talk about trade. And yesterday, they had an appointment with His Excellency, the Distinguished Minister for Trade, and we're talking very deeply about this topic. And I think we are right now in a time where there's a new dynamics. And this delegation trips is a strong sign that from the German side, there's a lot of effort, and that we are really willing to push things forward. And when I came here and started my posting, I promised I will promote the topic of trade, and bringing this distinguished delegation here is a first part of delivering this promise. But all this wouldn't be possible without partners like PhD Chamber. So we are very distinguished that we are today here in your invitation, and that you are partnering with us, and that you are a strong voice here in India from the companies, from the businesses, and that you are also a strong voice here in India promoting global trade. So thank you for your great work. Thanks for this great event. And I'm looking forward for a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hack, and we really appreciate the support we have been getting from the India Office of CAS. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Saket Dalmia, the President of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for his presidential address.
Thank you, Naveen ji. Dear Dr. Adrian Hack, Director, CAS, Ms. Laura Hauptmann, MDNL, Member of German Parliament, Lieutenant General Philip Compos ji, Lieutenant General Said Ata Hasnain ji, our Chair of Defense Committee, Mr. Rudra Shriram ji, RSG, friends from media, respected parliamentarians, and various dignitaries from different parts of the world. Thank you so much for being here for this amazing and interesting session. So we have enough expertise, I think, from the defense and the political angles. So I'll not delve into that. I'm here with the similar mindset as Dr. Adrian, that the environment is set for commerce. So let's get going. What I would like to emphasize is that, to begin with, I have had several personal interactions with several Mittelstand companies from Germany to begin with, and everybody is talking about market access, technology transfer, seeking to be bought out or to buy into an Indian firm. So definitely there is something stable, interesting in the geopolitical domain as well, for people to aspire to trade, to partner, and to live in with another company from a different part of the world. And I think as we speak to more and more missions from across the world in India, we have a general feeling at the chamber that everybody is looking towards India. It's India's time, probably, not only to shine, but also to partner with a host of nations, all parts of the world. When we talk about China +1, when I met my Japanese counterpart, they said, you know, Indian and Japanese democracies are very similar. We are very similar. So without going into the history of why that statement was made by a senior dignitary from Japan, the message is clear that the environment in which India exists now, geopolitically, is stable enough for economies, for countries from across the world to be here and to invite us to be a part of their growth story as well when we manufacture for India and from India towards the world. So with these thoughts, I leave the important discussions with the experts. Thank you everybody to be here, and look forward to enabling more partnerships between various countries and Indian countries through the chamber. Thank you once more.
Thank you very much, President Sir. Now I would like to invite Ms. Laura Hauptmann, the political scientist member of German Parliament. Just to give you a brief about her, Ms. Laura Hauptmann is a member of the Lower Saxony State Parliament for the 18th and 19th legislative period since 14 November 2017, as well as a member of the Federal Executive Committee of the CDU. Since 2021, she has also chaired the CDU District Association of the town of Heidelschim. In addition, she served as chairperson of the Junge Union District Association of Heidelschim from 2018 to 2019, and as treasurer of the same from 2019 to 2022. So over to you, ma'am.
Honorable Excellencies, distinguished members of the PhD CCI, and of course, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, it is such a privilege to be here for this first PhD CCI CAS India International Geopolitics Enclave, a format which has only been created this very year. And I would also like to say thank you to Mr. Saket Dalmia and of course to Dr. Haag for inviting me and us, this delegation, to be a part of what could be a groundbreaking event, as the title suggests. Please allow me a quick tour through German history. In the first half of the 19th century, Germany was not united, but a group of various independent states. While industrialization was already running in England, Germany was way behind. In 1834, the German states implemented the Zollverein, which is a custom union, the basis for industrialization in Germany. 100 years later, European integration started, and the EU project developed over the decades and became the biggest domestic market in the world. There is no region in the world where countries have closer economic relations. This development is the fundament of our wealth in Germany today. But what will the next 100 years look like? The great French statesman Jacques Delors said, "Economy is like a bicycle. If you stop moving forward, you will eventually fall off." And I believe the next chapter of global economy is the connection of the big and democratic markets in the world. Thank you. India has proven its resilience to external shocks. India has not only emerged as the fastest growing major economy in the world, today marking the 5th largest economy with a GDP of 3.47 trillion in 2022. It is also expected to become the 3rd largest economy over the next 10 to 15 years. Due to the size and the vastness of India, the GDP per head shows a different image, of course. Plus, the young population needs to have labor, and Indian economy needs to grow fast because the young generation is also growing fast. Now, India is quite focused on the domestic market, while Germany at the same time is focused on export. 2 different business models, which are both successful. But let us have a look at the missed chances. The potential of economic cooperation between India and Germany is waiting for us. While the EU is India's 3rd largest trading partner, India is the EU's 10th largest. As for Germany, India ranks 23rd in terms of German imports and only 26th as an export market. Let us bear in mind that we are talking about the 4th and the 5th biggest economies in the world. We should be at least in each other's top 10, but we are not even in the top 20s. And there's also a question of values. In the wake of the tensions arising in the geopolitical landscape, a strong partnership of democracies is more important than ever before. United in diversity, this credo is not only true for the European Union, but also for India and our multilateral world as a whole. Together, we share a commitment to protecting and promoting human rights, a rules-based order, sustainable development, and open trade. Let us use these dynamics to further strengthen our bonds. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, said Aristotle. Cooperation between democracies is a win-win, not a zero-sum game, and both sides should amplify the value proposition of the other. Let us today and beyond work for the Indo-European and Indo-German relations, and I'm very much looking forward to a very fruitful discussion on the panels. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laura. And we assure you on behalf of PhD that we have a presence in 16 states in India. So we can work together and take this further to the pan-India. That's way. So thank you once again. Now I would like to invite our first guest of honor, Lieutenant General Philip Compose. So we would like to hear from you your views on this, sir.
Shri Saket Dalmia, President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Other members of the PhD CCI leadership, Ms. Laura Hoppmann, and other honorable members of the German Parliament, Dr. Adrian Hack, Director Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the co-hosts of this conclave, General Atta Hasnain, colleagues from the military veteran community, ambassadors, participants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure and honor to be invited as the guest of honor at this India International Geopolitics Conclave, organized jointly by the PhD CCI and CAS, and to share my views on India's emerging role in international affairs, as well as the possible challenges we may face along the way. When I was asked to speak as the guest of honor here today, I wondered what should be the theme of my talk, because there are lots of experts here. And as Ms. Hoffman has mentioned, it's all about trade. And I'm not the expert on trade. The last time I came here a year back, about a year back, it was in March, I was asked to speak on the causes and effects of the Russia-Ukraine war. The unfortunate part is that most of what I predicted that day have happened to be true and are still very relevant. And to that extent, I thought that I should speak what the theme of my talk today should be something different. And to that extent, I won't be talking about trade, except in a sort of oblique sort of way. I've kept my theme as what is India's emerging role? Many of us these days say that this is India's moment. I was asked this question at the end of my talk a year back in this hall. They asked somebody in the audience asked me that, did he see me, did I see India as having a role in ending the Russia-Ukraine war, which I just spoken about? And my response was, obviously it wasn't what was expected. I said that we are still not there. And that's the point I'd like to make, that if many of us are reveling in the fact that this is India's moment and presidency of the G20 is India's moment to make a mark, definitely it's a moment to make the mark. But I go back to a part of my CV which was not mentioned, was that I wrote a book 5 years back. And the title of the book was A National Security Strategy for India, The Way Forward. And when I presented this book in the beginning of 2018, somebody who had read the book mentioned that, sir, your book is all about economics and less about the military. And my answer was that I agreed that it was all about, more about economics than about the military, because in a futuristic context, India would like to be more secure because it's economically secure and not because it is militarily secure. Because economic security brings all other forms of security. So this was the theme of my book. And I thought in the draft national strategy, which I had put out, the national aims and what I felt which way India must go, I had clearly outlined that India must work at its economy and its human development. And if India could strengthen economically within a certain period and simultaneously or concurrently develop human development indices of our people, and given all the other strengths of India, India would not only be secure, it would automatically find its place in the region and the world. And so, when we talk of a G20 presidency, I feel it's only a one stop along the way. There is a long way to go. And so, like I did the last time I was here, when I spelled out 10 effects of the Russia-Ukraine war, this time I will dwell upon 10 things that India must do to be a global player. Because that, if as a country and a people and as a government and people in the leadership, if we look forward and have a aim as to where India should be, say in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and work towards achieving that, possibly that is where we will reach, and that is where all of us want India to be. So I'll cut short my what I had written in my script and go down to what like I said, the 10 points, what I feel India must do to be a global player and really achieve the spirit of what we are talking about, India's moment. India's moment will come. My sense is a rotating presidency is just a small milestone. But it will come when firstly, we lay down and achieve high economic growth rates. To that extent, we need to ensure real economic growth rates of 8 to 10% over the next few decades to actualize estimations that we will become the world's third largest economy by 2030 and the world's second largest economy by 2047. We also need to achieve a per capita GDP of 3,000 US dollars, at least, at the earliest. So we keep talking about GDP, but I feel GDP per capita is more important at this point. And that is what we should be aiming for. Of course, it entails a lot of things. I'm not repeating it over here. I'm not the expert. A lot of economic things that economists in India talk about. So we come to the second point, and that is that India needs to build up its comprehensive economic wealth. What is comprehensive economic wealth? It is a sum of its manufactured capital, its human capital, and its natural capital. Manufactured capital is, of course, infrastructure, buildings, machinery, and so on. Human capital, the people in relation to their numbers, age, profile, education, and employment-oriented qualifications and skills. And natural capital, our lands, our forests, our fossil fuels, and minerals. As per 2017 estimations of comprehensive wealth, computed by the New World Wealth, India stood at 6th position with $8.2 trillion wealth, well behind the top three, the United States with $64.6 trillion, China with $24.8 trillion, and Japan with $19.5 trillion. Third, being from the military, can't miss out saying it, we should transform India's armed forces into a strong and modern military, which is not only capable of defending the country from external threats, but is also capable of projecting power and protecting the nation's strategic interests. However, keeping in view India's benign and cooperative approach rather than a hegemonic approach to power projection, India must take care to ensure that its military power is seen as an asset and not as a threat by other countries of the region. Timely military modernization must be implemented on priority, backed by the highest levels of collaborative foreign technology and indigenous manufacturing capabilities, which must also be set up in the private sector. Relatedly, we should strive to ensure internal peace and harmony so that our military does not have to be employed on internal security duties. Instead, it should be able to focus entirely on dealing with our external threats. Fourth, We should transform young India into a demographic dividend for the country by positively empowering and leveraging India's estimated youthful workforce of the future. It should be noted that India's current youthful age profile will start changing after a few years. Youth of 25 years of age, currently estimated at 50% of the population, is likely to fall to 34% by 2036. The youth must be empowered through quality education, job-oriented skilling, and suitable employment opportunities to transform it as a demographic dividend. Fifth, we must promote and support value-based universal principles of global governance and functioning, like democracy, freedom, human rights, social equality, and gender equality. While maintaining realism in protecting our national interests, India must develop a sound moral position on all important global issues, supporting universal principles and values, as I've mentioned, religious freedom, social and gender equality. At the same time, we must work concertedly towards improving our ranking on various value-based global indices. Sixth, we must assume a non-hegemonic leadership role in Asia and the Indian Ocean region with a view to support pan-Asian interests and play a more influential role in global affairs. India must employ its relative advantages like its geostrategic location, domination of the IOR trade routes, possession of a strong and modern military, spread of enterprising diaspora, as well as its non-hegemonic approach, soft power, cultural commonalities with other Asian nations, historically validated peaceful intent, democratic credentials, linguistic advantage, and strengths in science and technology. India must develop security partnerships with support from countries as also organizations like the Quad, the UN, IORA, SAARC, ARF, SCO, AUKUS, as well as extra-regional powers like the US, UK, France, Germany, and Russia. Seventh, we must build and leverage strategic partnerships with leading global players and other nations of India's global strategic interests, while also developing multilateral relationships as part of international organizations and groupings. India must build strategic partnerships with leading global players as well as other major players of the G20 to start with. Eighth, we must progressively transform from being only a rule follower to becoming a rule shaper on the global stage. Today, India gives as much aid as it receives, makes more foreign direct investment than it gets, and is seen by other countries as a source of assistance, guidance, and even security. Consequently, as India is increasingly recognized globally as a more influential economic player, India should be able to play a more significant role in global affairs, much beyond the enhanced comprehensive national power and status. To become a role shaper, India must seek and bear global responsibilities commensurate with its rising economic and political means. Ninth, we must leverage India's prowess in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, especially information technology and space prowess, to promote technological awareness and progress among the Indian people, build up a scientific temper, leap across technologies, generate employment, as well as achieve economic wealth for the country. Indian scientists and engineers have successfully garnered technology for space research and satellite launch, ballistic and cruise missile systems, as well as a host of other military technologies related to weapons, equipment, and ammunition. Concurrently, Indian engineers and companies have been at the forefront of research and development in information technology and new fields like nanotechnology, drones, robotics, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. All these need to be leveraged appropriately towards enhancing our economic and scientific prowess. 10th, we need to leverage the knowledge and influence of members of the Indian diaspora to promote India's national interests. Concurrently, the government must be able to intercede on their behalf whenever possible and support them when they need help and assistance. One of India's major strengths on the global stage is its 32 million strong diaspora, essentially consisting of people of Indian origin and non-resident Indians who have spread out to all parts of the world over a long period of time in search of employment and in pursuit of their livelihood and dreams. And last but not the least, we need to identify and thwart the challenges that can negatively impact on India's big power ambitions. In this context, something comes to my mind. A few years back, there was a move by India, a very concerted move, focused move by India to get permanent membership of the UN Security Council. At that time, Germany and Japan were other countries, Brazil, who were part of the group of 4 which India teamed with. And there was a sense for a certain period of time that we may be able to do it. But it didn't happen. And if you go back into why it didn't happen, I remember reading about it at that time. It was about the role of the spoilers. That for every one person who was supporting the group of 4, there were at least 4 others who were working to make sure that that did not happen. So when I set out a roadmap of 10 things India must do, it's equally important that we are careful that what are the things, what are the challenges which will come in the way of achieving these 10, and those must be identified, and we must work towards making sure that India is indeed a global player which is recognized and accepted as such. With that, I wish this conclave all success. I can see there is a great lot of speakers who have been selected who are here. At least I can vouch for the military speakers. They are the best. And we're looking forward to listening to all of you and sharing views with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. So now I would like to invite Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain to share his views with us. Sir, before you give your address, we would like to welcome Dr. Stephen Graber, the Deputy Chief of Mission from the Embassy of Federal Republic of Germany. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and Jai Hind. Jai Hind is the traditional way in which we welcome, greet each other. This is for all our friends from abroad. I saw the time frame. It says 20 minutes from 1500 hours to 1520. So I suppose I have today at the moment minus 30 minutes available to me, right? So I'm not going to speak more than 3 minutes. That I'm going to make sure. What I'm going to start off with is I'm going to compliment you. I want to compliment the PhD, Chambers of Commerce and Industry, your partners, the very famous Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, with whom I have worked also on track 2 with Pakistan. I've been in at least 3 sessions in Dubai and in Bangkok. And I found them very, very motivating sessions that we had with them. But notwithstanding that, I want to compliment the PhD Chambers of Commerce for even thinking of bringing in geopolitics as a subject into the whole concept of corporate affairs. Let me highlight why I say that. Simply because on my superannuation in 2013, I stepped into this world of corporate motivation talks or corporate talks. I was called up by some of the best companies of the country, KPMG, Deloitte, and Toyota Kirloskar, Ashok Leyland. I mean, I've spoken at about 60 odd companies. And to all of them, I had this offer. Would you like me to cover a portion of geopolitics in this, India's national security challenges, and where you stand as a corporate world in that? Not one came to me with that. Everyone said, sir, a motivation talk, a talk on leadership, telling us anecdotal references to what happens on the line of control, on the line of actual control. Wow, that's romanticism. Great gory things happen at the LAC and the LOC, let me tell you. We've all participated in that. It may entertain you. It does no great things for India, let me tell you. It is geopolitics, the understanding of geopolitics. And today I have confidence in my country. Why? Despite the pandemic, which set us back by minus 24% the first year, minus 7% this next year, we jumped back to 6.7% this year. That is why I'm motivated. And if someone wants to debate with me and say, pandemics have nothing to do with geopolitics, come again, we'll debate it out. Pandemics has everything to do with geopolitics. You saw the first assessment I wrote after the pandemic broke out was that the next politics of the world you're going to see is going to be on vaccine. And sure enough, it happened. You saw, he who had vaccine had the power. Tomorrow, he who has the money has the power. That is what we got. Therefore, the corporate world has to study geopolitics all the time. It has to be connected to it. It has to be intellectually connected to it. I'm surprised most companies, organizations don't ever have matching think tanks, research and development organizations which are covering this aspect. Technology, yes, very good. Economics, yes, excellent. Human resource development, yes, excellent, but not geopolitics. And that is why I want to compliment you today. Because you have thought about geopolitics. And I hope this will only develop from here further. My 2.5 minutes are over. 30 seconds. I'd like to add an 11th point to my very, very good friend, John Philip Campos. Because I happen to today come from an organization called the National Disaster Management Authority. And if you think this world is going to go anywhere without addressing climate change, you got to think again. The greatest challenge before India in the near future is going to be climate change. Let me tell you that. I study it every day. Just go back across the border and look at Pakistan. What happened in this year's monsoons? $30 to $40 billion of losses in a nation which is looking for a $9 billion loan from the IMF. $30 to $40 billion worth of this. All that you're looking for, yesterday's attack at Peshawar, is all about terrorism. This terrorism in Pakistan is going to multiply many times over if Pakistan doesn't overcome the problem of economics in the near future. That is geopolitics. Understand the geopolitics. So I'll stop there because I've got one more session subsequently. If you think it's worth it, then in that I will contribute a little more. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your really motivating speech. And we assure you and reassure you that the timing next time we will be very particular about, sir. Thank you very much. So now I would request our President, Mr. Saket Dalmia ji, to kindly felicitate our guests who are here. So first we would like to felicitate Dr. Lieutenant General Philip Campos. Now for Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain. And for Miss Laura Hopman. I would request Mr. Rudra Shriram, the Chair, Defense Committee, PhD-CCI, to kindly felicitate Dr. Adrian Hack, sir. I request Mr. Rudra Shriram to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to extend our thanks from the chamber to Ms. Laura Hopman, political scientist, member of German Parliament, and the German delegation as well. I would also like to extend a sincere thank you to our guest of honor, General Syed Atta Hasnain, General Philip Campos, Dr. Adrian Hank from CAS, President Saket Dalmia ji, and Sarva Sanyal ji from the chamber, and all the other panelists for the next couple of sessions. On behalf of the chamber, it is really great that we can have you here for the India International Geopolitical Conclave, the inaugural edition being organized by the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Our country is today in the midst of a geopolitical repositioning as it discards its old non-aligned movement rhetoric and pursues a hard-headed national interest-based policy and builds stronger strategic ties with a wide range of countries. Moreover, India is committed to increase significantly its manufacturing capability to buttress its strategic autonomy in the region. The G20 is an international forum that brings together the world's largest economies, including India, to address global economic, financial, and development issues. For India, G20 is significant because of the economic influence, global governance, trade and investment, and of course, the need of the hour, financial stability. To conclude, the platform of G20 is a crucial platform for India to engage with the world's largest economies and advance its economic, financial, and development interests. The last couple of years have seen geopolitical turbulence of higher intensity than one could have remembered any time in the recent past. India's unique brand in world affairs were defined by universalist notions such as one world and calls for coexistence amongst rival blocs in the Cold War, peace resolution of disputes, opposition to alliances, anti-imperialist solidarity with the post-colonial world, and campaigns against apartheid and for nuclear abolition. India will be guided by its own interests as it builds strategic ties with a range of countries across the globe. This conclave will be a great initiative to discuss the past, present, and the future of Indian geopolitical situation and its position in the world. This will enhance a global view of the future course of action, keeping the past experience into account. We will discuss the history, the present, and future of our arena. With these words, I once again thank you all and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais for taking their valuable time out today for the India International Geopolitical Conclave. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. So this brings us to the end of the inaugural session. The panel discussion 1 will be on G20, India's presidency for synergy, security, growth, and sustainability. So we once again thank all the panelists on the dais. I would request if we can just shift and we will have the another session. Before that, a group photo, please. So thank you. I would now request my colleague Mayank Chatwal to please take it over.
I would request everybody to give a big round of applause for the guests of honors and the people who were there on the dais today. So moving forward, we have panel discussion 1, which is G20, India's presidency for synergy, security, growth, and sustainability. So we won't be taking much of your time by describing everyone's profile. If you want to go through it, we have a scan code just outside at the registration desk. You can scan and have the speaker profile from there itself. We'll keep it short and we'll close the panel discussions just as we go forward. We'll go with the second one immediately without even discussing the details of the speakers because we're wasting a lot of time on that too. So moving forward, please allow me to call the moderator for the session, Major General Rajan Kocherji, retired VSM, Indian Army, Vice Chairman, National Council of News and Broadcasting, Senior Advisor, Defense Research Studies, and member, Manoj Parikar, Institute of Defense and Strategic Analysis and Center for Joint Warfare Studies, New Delhi. A big round of applause for Major General Rajan Kocherji. Up next, we have Mr. Tilman Kuban, MP, CDU, CSU, lawyer, and member of German Parliament. Big round of applause for Tilman Kuban, please. Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, former Indian ambassador to Bhutan, Pakistan, and China, who will be joining us virtually. So I would request our AV team to kindly switch on the virtual mode as well, so our Ambassador Gautam Bambawale can join virtually as well. We have Mr. Partha R. Roy Chaudhary, Commercial Lead, India, Lockheed Martin Corporation. Big round of applause, please. I think that goes without saying. Colonel K.V. Kuber, Indian Army veteran, Director, Aerospace and Defense, Ernst & Young LLP. So big round of applause for all the panelists. And I hand over it to Major General Rajan Kocherji. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everybody here. And my thanks to the PhD Chamber of Commerce, who has invited me to moderate this wonderful session on G20. India's presidency for synergy, security, growth, and sustainability. And to speak in front of General Hasnain, who was my mentor, and I was a cadet when he was my platoon commander in the Indian Military Academy, is a great challenge for me today. And I'm grateful to General Hasnain because he groomed us in such a manner that throughout the service, one learned a lot as one went along. Okay. The 4 focus areas today, because now we will switch on to G20 proper. The presidency of India, what it means to India, and what is envisaged a role of India to bring in synergy, security, growth, and sustainability. This session, 4 wonderful panelists are there. I see only 3 here today. Acha, okay. Good afternoon, sir, to you there. 4 panelists, a set of 2 questions each, and we'll have 2 rounds. And I will request each panelist to speak for approximately 5 minutes. And we have 45 minutes for the session. To give my opening remarks, we are aware what G20 stands for. There are 20 major economies of the world, and additionally, there are 9 guest countries and 14 multilateral organizations as part of the G20. So you can see the impact the G20 has on the world economy. And we are talking about real-time issues which are going to be addressed, especially the COVID and the Ukraine war has impacted not only the major economies of the world, even the developing countries and the third world countries have been impacted. Supply chains have been disrupted. The cost of living crisis is there. Soaring energy prices and challenges to the climate action, what General Hasnain has mentioned, because it's extremely important to cover that aspect in this session today. Vasudev Kutumbam, one earth, one family, one future is the theme for the presidency of G20 this time. And what it represents a holistic approach to growth with sustainability of considerations of all life forms, development process linking with the protection of the planet. Because the major challenge is going to be the environmental challenge which the world is going to face. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has declared that the presidency will be inclusive, ambitious, action-oriented, and decisive in the direction of making it a people's G20. So this forum is extremely important because G20 is a part of 2 tracks. One is the financial track, or the finance track as they call it, and the other is the Sherpa track. Different working groups are there which are part of G20 and engagement groups as well. This group today is the engagement group. It is an important group. It's an important forum it's where the G20 agenda is going to be discussed. So extremely important to actually carry forward this sort of a process. So, excuse me. Delhi's pollution. You know, I was talking about climate change. This is what happens. So without wasting any more time, I would now like to invite my first panelist, Mr. Mr. Tilman Kuban. He is a member of Parliament of German Parliament. So my first question to you is, today the trans-border challenges to financing needs through a multilateral development banks constitute a significant hurdle in addressing global economic challenges. Global inflation, food and energy security, macroeconomics of climate change. What kind of governance reforms can be brought in the functioning of the IMF and the World Bank? We would like to have your views on this.
Thank you, sir, for your introduction and for hosting us today over here. First of all, I want to make sure that we see in Germany the great effort and also the passion which India puts on the G20 presidency. This is really great, and we see that this is such highly ranked topic over here. So from my perspective, we now see in the world that at the pandemic, but as well as now at the Russian aggression against Ukraine, that these geopolitical crises will cause trouble not only in a few parts, it will cause trouble all over the world. Because we see that there's a highly rate of inflation, we see that the supply chains are not working anymore, and we see that there's a food and security crisis because Putin is not fighting a war against Ukraine. He's fighting a war, first of all, militarily against Ukraine, but on the energy sector against Europe, and he causes hunger around the world. So, and that is why we need to end up this war, and this is our first aim. This is our first aim as Europe, as our first aim as Germany, that this will end as fast as we can, and therefore we are supporting the Ukrainians. So this is the first thing. But I'm sure that the G20 presidency can't solve or I know that that the presidency can't solve this conflict. It is not built. The G20 is not built for solving military conflict, but it can put it on the table and can put the topic on the table, because everybody on at the G20 is causing trouble in his own country. Everybody has this. Has the problems because of the topics we mentioned: inflation, food and security issues, as well as energy issues around the world. And that is why it must be a very, very highly ranked topic also at the G20 meetings.
May I have your views also that what kind of reforms would be required in the IMF and the World Bank, especially if we have to kickstart the G20 program areas?
Yeah, actually, we are discussing about this topic for many, many years. If there must be reforms and there must be more money to spend. But if you want more money to spend, you need more money. You need someone who gives the money to the World Bank and the IWF and IWF. So for me, it is quite hard to decide or to make sure there will be. So it might be easy to say, okay, let's give more money to that, and then we have it, and then we can spend it to others. That's the easy way. But the easy way is not. It is a contract which we made on the back of others, because we are not sitting at the table while we are getting a higher budget for them. So there is a lot of money, and there is a lot of money spent for the world. But for me, it is quite hard now to say, okay, let's have even more money to spend, while others who have to spend this money are not sitting on the table.
Thank you very much. Well brought out, Mr. Kuban. It is indeed a great challenge for the G20 summit, which is going to take place in September this year, to discuss this issue of what kind of reforms are required in the World Bank and the IMF to make it easier for the developing countries to get financial aid. Because unless this difference between the developed and the developing countries can be narrowed, we would not be able to sustain economic growth in these nations. And the very idea of a G20 summit is this: inclusivity, because that is the word of the Prime Minister, and we are taking over the presidency. So this is an important aspect which I think everybody here should ponder about and consider. Moving on.
But who will spend the money?
Huh?
Who will spend the money? So it's easy to say we have to spend more money, but you have to say who will spend the money.
Okay, definitely, of course, money, if given, it will be spent. So you don't have to worry about that, because the nations need the money.
It's not enough in there.
Okay. We are introducing Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, who's online, virtually with us. Good afternoon to you, Ambassador. I hope you can hear us. Okay, thank you very much. A question to you is, although India has been the voice of the global South in multilateral platforms, setting their agenda and championing the cause in the aftermath of the pandemic we had, the focus on sustainable development goals has been deflected. There is a gap in the health system also today, because we have seen in our own country, we had problems of medicine, oxygen, and things like that. What, in your opinion, this gap between the developed and the developing nations can be bridged, especially to help the global citizens to fight the health crisis, sir?
Thank you. Thank you very much, General Kocher, and namaste to all of you, and to my friends from Germany, sehr guten Tag. Let me talk about the health issue first. You know, over the last 2.5 years, all of us across the globe have felt the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. This was a global problem, which ideally should have also been solved in a global perspective. The whole world was impacted by COVID, and the whole world should have come together to fight the pandemic. Unfortunately, what we saw was that each country was fighting the pandemic on its own. Now, what this reflects is that international organizations, in this case, the World Health Organization, is ossified and is not functioning optimally. And therefore, India has always said that the international organizations which reflect the reality of 1945 and not the reality of 2023 need to be reformed. And therefore, I bring you to the G20, where last year in 2022, we had Indonesia as the chair. This year, 23, India. Next year will be Brazil. And the year after that will be South Africa. So all countries from what General Kocher described as the Global South. So the Global South has a chance to make its views heard in this setting of the G20. And that is exactly what we intend to do while we are president of the G20 this year in 2023. And we are already moving to ensure that the voice of the Global South, of the developing countries, is heard by people and by countries in the G20. So I think this is one way that India has developed its approach to G20. I'll stop there, General Kocher, and hand the floor back to you.
Very well said, sir. I mean, you have comprehensively covered the aspect of health and what it actually means in discussing it among the 20 economies of the world, because this is a forum where we can discuss the issues which are related to our health, well-being, and prosperity of nations. Moving on next, we have Partha P. Roy Chaudhary, who's with Lockheed Martin. Welcome to you. He's a technocrat. He's a digital expert. So today we will use his expertise to explain to us the requirement of a policy framework that encourages additional investment in digitalized hardware, software, complementary intangibles, and research and development. The idea is that a G20 also focuses on elevation of poverty through digitalization, and as also employment generation. How a digital India can achieve deficiencies in employment generation, as well as improve the well-being and the per capita income of the country. Over to you, Partha.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Member of Parliament, generals, dignitaries of dais, non-dais. First and foremost, I think that's a surprise, the two terms that you mentioned, the technocrat and the digital expert. I mean, that's a surprise for me too. Thank you so much for those. You made my day, sir. Coming to the topic that we are mentioning today and G20. I'll tell you two incidents very quickly. 2016, I was in the Make in India team of the PM, and it was a new team formed under the Ministry of Commerce. And I was in charge of defense, oil and gas, civil aviation. I was taken to various special economic zones, industrial zones. And believe me, what I saw was forested areas, I mean, full of shrubs, deserts, plain lands, nothing. And I asked the state government officials, are you serious? Do we have to put up, manufacturing SEZ companies here? They said, yes. Believe me, today, same SEZ next to the Bangalore airport doesn't have a land for a single factory anymore. It's completely packed. Go to Rajasthan, the very border area of Delhi, the Nimrana, the belt. People are waiting to book the next land, the next slot, the next available slot available for them to open the factories. For the Germans here, when I went to Bangalore SEZ, there was only one company whose senior VP is sitting here. His company was right there in the SEZ. I still remember there's a single company. I was looking like, it's like an oasis in Ireland. It's like oasis in the desert, only one company. Today, you have to search for that address of the company because so many others have come around it. This, I should not say this is growth, this is explosion. This explosion, and I'm happy that our company, Lockheed Martin, is also part of that same growth story. I just tell you this incident, when we started our own JV here, our own manufacturing center here, it is also a great story that it was a cornfield and people never believed. Tassel had just opened in 2007, Tata Advanced System Limited, whom we today look up with like one of the biggest defense companies of India. They had just opened. And our company took a futuristic look that 2009, we will have a joint venture with them to produce one of our greatest platforms, C-130J empennages. It was a great decision. I think it's a great decision that they took the decision that, yes, we will come in that village next to Hyderabad to open the empennage. Now, those who doesn't know empennage is the tail wing section of the aircraft. It's complex. It has got thousands and thousands of parts. Not easy. Precision machining, a lot of art, a lot of craft. Can't talk all that in front of Germans. They're the best, I know. But yes, we are not far behind now. So I'll tell you, and we thought about a lot of things. Do you have the right of the skills, right skills to, even the people don't understand English, will they be able to read the pamphlets? Will they be able to work there? How many engineers do you have to bring? So many questions. But today, I tell you, we have already supplied more than 180 plus empennages to the world.
to the world. All that C-130J is flying that you see in the pictures, be proud of it. That's made in India. Similarly, we also had set up in a similar time frame S-92 cabin manufacturing. Why I'm speaking about us is I cannot vouch for Boeing or others. I can vouch for our company. So S-92 cabins is one of its kind. It's a technological innovation. Amazing thing. It started in 2010. That whole cabin, the S-92, I don't know if you have seen those helicopters, one of the, I think, the best helicopters in the world. And India produces those cabins, complete cabins of them. Another achievement. So all those guys, the young fellows and people out here who thinking that whether there is a job for me or not, you just have to see. I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of jobs and hundreds of factories out here. You don't have to worry at all. You are in the best phase where India can be. And look further, just mind my words, this is going to go ahead in a big, big way. And I'm very happy for General Hasnain. Why? Because he has been invited by 60 companies now. I think 600 companies are looking forward to invite him now. So digitalization obviously is going. What is lacking is Industry 4.0. India has missed the Industry 1. We did miss it, Industrial Revolution, but the 4.0 is where we are catching up in a big way. We have to learn. One more incident, because General Kocher wanted me to speak about food security. And I said, I'm from the aerospace industry. How? But then I agreed, okay, fine. One example I'll give. When I was in the Make in India, one of the companies, I'll not name it, they came for yellow sugar cane to produce baby foods. They wanted it organic, no chemicals required because it's baby food, obviously. And who are Indians out here, they will understand this whole belt and in and around Delhi is full of sugar. Everywhere you're producing sugar cane. I couldn't find 1 ton of sugar cane. They needed 1,500 metric tons per day. I couldn't find 1 ton. Now that's where Industry 4.0 connectivity is required, where we are connected, where we know exactly where is the resource. Same for aerospace industry. We presently have more than 400 suppliers. We found them with great difficulty. We are building up them. Why? We need to connect to them to understand who makes the pipes, who makes the screws, who makes the small nuts, who makes the perfect machining component. And that's how we need to be connected so that we can come in the global value chain, the global supply chain. And so we can supply to the world. We are doing it. We are doing it. Lockheed is buying. We have done already more than 600 million of exports by today. So you understand it is happening and it should happen more. I think rest, I'll leave it to General Kocher because of the time, but we can go on and on. I've got amazing incidents about space, about missile technologies we have, many more, but over to General Kocher now.
Thank you, Partha. That was very enlightening because most of the things you have told us today, I think many of us here would not be aware of it. And the way the Make in India is happening, the way we are reached 21,000 crores as exports today, the target which has been set for us is 35,000 crores by 2025. So I would, one of the 10 commandments of General Compose, I would actually call them 10 commandments, for taking India forward. Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat is also a part of it, as you rightly said. And India is ready to embrace the world today. The winds of change have already started. The Germans are here today. Tomorrow the Japanese will come and the others. So we are getting noticed. The time has come, the moment of reckoning is here today. That's what I feel. And that is why we are discussing this thing today. And digitalization is a key priority area today. There is a great focus from the government on digitalization because that is the future we are looking at. So my next question now is to Colonel Kuber, who is my postmate also, and he's a dear friend of mine. the key challenge to India's G20 presidency will be in establishing a consensus on the G20 agenda, because we saw it in Bali. There were issues in developing a consensus. So the key challenge, it will be there. Can we build upon the Bali summit in bringing on board Western nations and Russia together on issues of non-geopolitical concerns? Your views.
So Western Asia, you said. So thank you, Rajan. So thank you for that. And you're asking a question: can we build a consensus? So my thought goes back: do we have a choice? These forums, G20, you may have G40 tomorrow, you may have G60 the day after. They are all forums which believe only in consensus. And what little I have seen of these forums is that at the end of each meeting, there is something called agreed upon. The question I want to ask these, I mean, one of the countries is here, we are the other one, and China is also into this. It gives me a little uneasy feeling. After you have agreed upon, have you gone back and worked on it? Has there been an agreement? Has there been an accountability on the agreement that you have undertaken? Isn't this G20 happening since 1990s, 1999 or 1996 that I thought it was established? Isn't the G20 a forum which was actually created for inclusiveness? The concept of inclusiveness came then, not now. That is why you have 20 countries with 80% of the GDP, 90% of the world population, and two-thirds of the world population, 80% of the GDP who are part of the G20. So the question I always ask is, when you say, do we want to build a consensus? I have an issue here. My question is, are we isolating Russia? Are we going to be better off as a world by isolating Russia? Do we have respect for each other? Did anybody raise a question when there was a problem in Iraq? Did anybody raise a question when there was a problem somewhere else? There was a Brezhnev's Russia. There was a Stalin's USSR. There was, a new thinking when, when Gorbachev was thinking about the whole thing. There was a new thinking about the concept of USSR. Was Gorbachev's new thinking or Yeltsin's far-reaching hopes for his country reforms and integration, have they met equally with the West? Have they ever met? Has the West ever thought of what was in Gorbachev's mind? What did sort of Yeltsin think? And today we are talking about building a consensus. Yes, we are thinking about it. There was a reach out. There has been a reach out. The West has reached out to Russia. And if you see, post the US, if there was a NATO, there was a Warsaw. Post the USSR, what really happened was the breakaway states that moved away from Russia, and there have been conflicts, there have been engagements. And I think, I always feel engagements are there only with the neighbors. Doesn't China have engagements with about 16 of its neighbors? And aren't we facing a day-to-day problem with China? As a non-aggressive, largest democracy of the world? And, there were high hopes in the early 90s. There were positive expectations from the Bush and the Obama tenures. Very positive expectations. They were not fulfilled. US has its share of misjudgments at that point in time, but I'm not going there because there was a positive engagement from the West. There was an engagement. Was there a reciprocation? I really don't know. I really don't know whether there was a reciprocation in the positive or in the negative. I'm not too sure. Now, is it a question of, Putin's deepening authoritarian at home, and it would cede independent states that emerged from the Soviet Union to the Kremlin domination? Is that the question? Or nor was the United States, was it ever obsessed with bringing Russia's neighbors into the NATO? There was no obsession on that side. But there was a desire from this side. My question is, was this desire instigated? I'm not too sure. There was a desire, all right. The world knows that there was a desire. What happened with Finland? What happened over there, and what was the transformation that took place at that point in time? And if I were to, say that the Obama administration, if anything, was relieved when the newly elected president Yanukovych withdrew Ukrainian's NATO membership application in 2010 in favor of the non-bloc status. Did it happen? Yes, it happened. So the question now is, you asked a question. Can there be a consensus? Can we bring about a consensus? Can G20 bring about a consensus? Yes, I think it can. Can G20 act as a catalyst? It can. Can G20 get together and have an inclusive engagement? It can. Because at the end of the day, like you said, we are looking at our Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole world is one. We are looking at the human race as a whole. We are looking at how we can, bring these. So, I only take recourse to the Bhagavad Gita anytime, I have a doubt. I have to take a recourse to the holy text where Lord Krishna says, Ye yathamam prapadyante tam taschaiva bhajamyaham. I will come and manifest myself in the same manner as somebody who would call me. And therefore, the call has to be made. We have a responsibility today. And the responsibility is to the Ukrainians as much as I would say it is to the Russians. Because after all, there are some innocent people on both sides of the world, of both sides, who are part of this misery. And of course, there is a Europe and there is others. The raw materials have increased. The cost of raw materials have increased. The cost of daily living has increased. There is a recession that's going on. So, do we have an alternative? General Rajan, I think we have no alternative. We have to bring about a consensus, and the consensus bringing about is the most difficult task. It's easy to go and, fight against some country. It's easy to throw a few missiles here and there. You can go but that's not a solution. Nowhere in the world has a military solution come about as the solution for the betterment of a civilization. And therefore, I think it's time for us to actually engage. We cannot resist. If necessary, we have to respond to the cyber and information warfare in the way that it has to be responded. We have to respond to terrorism, financial terrorism, financing of terrorism. We have to respond in a very big way. We have to respond to the rogue calls. We have to respond to everything. And we have to, while we respond to all this, I think we need to actually work. So we have to work with Europe. Europe is the only one which is there in between, and it is the one which is going to bridge this whole gap. We have to be patient. We have to reach out to the Russian society at large. We have to fight back on the information space. We have to invest and prepare for a better future for the world. That's what I feel.
Thanks, Kurt. Very passionate views he has, but let's be slightly more realistic here. And let us understand that there is no black and white in world geopolitics. And therefore, there are many issues which are underlining, which have to be discussed. And the only way forward is through discussion, through meetings, and only then a consensus can happen. Because if there is a breakdown of communication between two countries, it becomes very difficult to shorten the gap because gaps widen. And a stage comes when the gaps are too wide to be brought together.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Let me add one thing. Because in this topic, there's a clear black and white. It's definitely clear that there is an aggression from Russia against Ukraine, that they are fighting a war against an free and an independent Ukraine. And that's the case. There is no influence by the NATO. We are supporting a free and independent state, which is fighting on their own. So, and that is why we make clear that we have clear borders around the world. There is a clear border. And in the 2000 years of 2000, the Russians made clear that every former Soviet Union state can decide on their own if they want to stay in a clear way with Russia, or if they want to stay on their own, if they want to have more connection to Europe, more connection to Russia, they can decide it by their own.
Thank you, Kuban. I've got your point. I've got your point.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. But now Putin decides to change borders. He decided it in 2008 when he fight a war against Georgia. Now he's fighting a war against Ukraine, first of all from 2014, and now there's the second one. And we won't let Ukraine alone. And I would apply, and I apologize for that, but I would apply also for the Indian support for that, because we need to make clear that there are clear borders around the world, because otherwise we will cause a lot of more trouble around the world.
Yeah, see, I must remind you, well spoken, Kuban, and I appreciate your viewpoint. And I want to remind everybody what Prime Minister Modi made a statement in the G20 summit in Bali. This is not an era of war. We don't support this war. Okay, I stand corrected. The statement stands of the Prime Minister. So we need to understand that we do not support as a nation any kind of aggression on any other nation. We would like this conflict to come to an end at the earliest. Mediation efforts are on, and we are with the people who want peace. That is the message from India.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not get into a
No,
discussion.
I'm not getting a discussion.
Yeah.
In fact, I really appreciate the German point of view, because I must tell you that in the unipolar world, when Germany, which was sort of with the Nord 2 and all that, and yet came out pretty strong, I think that was pretty appreciable, and that is something very good. Second is, we do not want a war, not because of anything else, because of economics. I think we want to live in a more free world. We want to live in a happy world. We want to live as great democracies. And as great democracies, these democracies have to come together to create a rule. We cannot be rule followers all the time. We have to shape the rule as, as I think that's where we need to shape the perception.
Okay, Kuban, well said. Now we come on to our next set of questions. And Mr. Kuban, yeah. And since we are short of time, I will just request you to be brief. I want your views on the concept of lifestyle for environment, because this is one of the important agendas which is related to the climate summit. Recently, November 2022, we had this summit in Egypt. We want to carry forward this agenda into this G20 summit, which is going to take place in September. May I have your views on this?
Okay, keep it short and simple. On the climate change and environmental stuff, it's quite hard. But from my side of view, there must be a transformation for the industry sector. That is what we are working for. And we want to make clear that it's worth to have zero CO2 and zero emissions with your relevant industry. And therefore we are working to show that you can have an industry which is getting or which is preparing for the global trade, and especially is preparing with less emissions. That is what we are working for. And if we have the Indians on our side, because you will cause a lot of trouble when they get so much change in our climate, that would be even greater, because we know that even the developing countries are more the topic than the more developed countries are.
It's extremely relevant here. We need to understand that the global average temperature, there is a consensus to bring it down by 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is an endeavor which is going to be discussed, and already the working group committees of the G20 are working on it. And I'm sure there'll be great deliberations in the G20 summit on this subject. Moving on to our next panelist, Ambassador Gautam sir. Are you there, sir? Can put on the screen. No, he's left. Okay. Okay, we'll move to Partha now. Partha, your second question, which is quite interesting. Human capital, capacity building, digital literacy, and skill investments, because we talk about skilling India. General Kampos also talked about it as one of his points, are required to enable the workers, managers, entrepreneurs, especially in the medium and small scale industries, to adapt to digitalization in the new forms of employment. May I have your views on this?
Thank you, sir. I'll also keep it short. I should say, first and foremost, one topic came up about isolation. So Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and all other such schemes are not for isolation. It is to, I should say, develop us in our skill sets, in our human capital, in our technology, and then supply it to the globe. So I think most of us misunderstand that. It's not only that we'll manufacture India, we are just trying to catch up and supply for the globe. So that's one thing. So yes, human capital, I was very, I should say, lucky to see women entrepreneurs and woman-led firms. It is coming up in a big way. In our own factory, the women who used to be working in the villages, they have been, I should say, skilled, and today they are aerospace skilled workers who have got the full capacity not only to work with us, but any aerospace company in the world. So I think that's the achievement, and I think it's an endeavor not only for industry, but by the globally and by Indian government. They're trying credit lines where you can skill up your workers and you can skill up the workforce. One thing I will request is to open up more policies and to open up the present, I should say, even the present system, and give it a boost for global players to come more and more and encourage people to go more digitized, or more workforce, and really spend more on the human side of it. I really wanted to answer Honorable Tilman Kuban about the global temperature one, but I'll keep it safe. I'll share him. But one thing I must share with you, that if you see the satellite images, Southeast Asia has planted more trees than anywhere else in the world. So particularly India has planted more trees, more jungle cover has gone up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Partha. I mean, definitely the industrial climate of the country needs improvement. Today, the manufacturing sector contributes to 15% of the GDP, but this has to change. The ease of doing business has to change. So we are looking at a number of changes, a number of rules and regulations which are easing out now. The environmental issues are also being addressed at the same time, because when we talk about infrastructure development, we also have this unfortunate climatic disturbance in Joshimath, where we are experiencing how infrastructure can actually damage the environment. So there has to be a balance. And G20 discussion today was extremely relevant. We talked about food and energy insecurity. We talked about climate change. We talked about strengthening the multilateral development banks, reforms in IMF and World Bank. Financial inclusivity is an important aspect which I think needs more deliberation. Equitable and sustainable growth is one area which would require finances. When we talk about a Singapore model and try to replicate in India, where at every 50 meters you have a park and you have green lungs everywhere. I wish it could happen in Delhi. Today morning also, there was a report that a biodegradable material, the burning of it has actually caused 32% of the population pollution problem in Delhi. So this is an issue which we all have to tackle, and it's a worldwide issue. It is not related to a particular region or a particular country. And I want to thank all my panelists. It was a wonderful debate. Strong points were made. Strong views and logical views were expressed. And we need to move forward, document these views, bring them about to the knowledge of the G20 forum, because G20 has become a movement in the country today. I am part of the education sector. I am actively involved with the Ministry of Education right now in promoting education through G20. So everywhere, each field in the G20 is being addressed today, be it education, health, environment, energy, and we have eminent panel of experts here today who have voiced their opinion on these issues. And I'm sure the audience here would have actually benefited from the high quality discussion. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Major General Rajan Kocherji, for enlightening us with this panel discussion. I thank all the panelists with us today to be part of this discussion on G20. So before we move forward, I would request Colonel Saurabh Sanyal, CEO, Secretary General of PHDCCI, to come on dais. And I would also request Dr. Adrian Hack to be on stage to give FLS State our panelist for the day, please. Thank you. Major General Rajan Kocherji. Yes, a big round of applause, please. Up next, we have Mr. Tilman Kuban, MP, CDU, CSU, lawyer, member of German Parliament. We have Mr. Partha R. Roy Chaudhary, Commercial Lead India, Lockheed Martin Group, Martin Corporation, apologies. Yeah. Up next, we have Colonel K.V. Kuber, Indian Army veteran, Director, Aerospace and Defense, Ernst & Young LLP. Yes. And Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, we will definitely get in touch with you post this. Thank you for joining us virtually. Thank you so much. And a big round of applause for the panelists, please. So next session we have is panel 2 on Eurasia, which is most deciding factor of world's geopolitics. Moving forward, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Rubinder N. Sachdev, the president of the Imagine India Institute. Thank you so much. So I would invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Rubinder N. Sachdev, President of the Imagine India Institute. We have Mr. Roald Thies, CDU lawyer, member of German Parliament. Dr. Stephen, Deputy Chief of Mission DCM Embassy of Federal Republic of Germany. Major General A.K. Sivach, YSM, VSM and BA, former head of Territorial Army, Indian Army. Dr. Shriram Cholia, Professor and Dean, Jindal School of International Affairs.
Thank you so much, the PhD Chamber of Commerce and the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for organizing this very interesting conclave today. And of course, our hearty welcome to our guests from Germany, our eminent other speakers, colleagues, and the distinguished audiences. Okay, you know, it's tough to follow up on a good conversation, but I'll try my little best. The way we will structure our this, there's an echo. Can you please check the feedback? There's sound feedback coming, right? Thanks. The way we will structure this discussion is that I'll have opening comments over 2 or 3 minutes. Then I'll invite a question from each of our distinguished colleagues here, and we'll do 3 or 4 such rounds, quick rounds, and on some leading questions, but you can take it as you wish, each of our eminent colleagues. You know, General Hussain very aptly said that geopolitics is very important. I totally agree. I live in that world partly. I also live in the world of communications, optics, images. My sense is that where we are heading and the world of today is actually getting to be more about optopolitics, the geopolitics and the optics of the geopolitics. And the reason I love the word optics is because my father was an optical scientist, and he studied in Germany at the Technical University of Berlin, 1959 to 1963. So optics was always in our family. Now, secondly, there was a discussion about the G20 as to what India brings and all. My sense is that, let's think of it this way. You know, there used to be a campaign, Intel Inside. Computers which would have Intel inside, those computers would do pretty well. So what India brings to the world of G20 or to the world now, through its participation in G20, is an Intel Inside kind of values, common sense, stability, middle path, whatsoever that we can gather and contribute. Thirdly, there was also this discussion that our Prime Minister has said that this is not an era of war. Yes, it is not the era of war. Then what is this era of? This is the era to live and let live. Coexistence between individuals, societies, communities, nations, and with Mother Earth. If we do not let Mother Earth live, she won't let us live. Live and let live. Within this, we have also actually another subset of this. We are running a global campaign on this, what we call as a lemonade party. Many of us may be aware of this saying phrase, when life gives you a lemon, make lemonade. What the world of today needs is this philosophy. We have too many lemons all around us. We need motivation, we need hope. Especially after COVID and all of that, our younger generations forget, us also. There is so much stress out there. We need hope and motivation. Life gives you a lemon, make lemonade. Now, regarding trade and economy, yes, definitely yes. But you see, I see a worrying trend also. All nations are talking, all our leaders are talking about is markets. A nation is not a market. Market is one subset, definitely, as we do live and have economy, right? But a nation is composed of much more dimensions beyond pure markets and money markets. So that's a worrying trend. The last point I'll make, and then I'm with my panel, the Russia war, and our topic is also Eurasia, right? It's a pretty complicated affair. I think everyone has said it. To my mind, what happens if Russia, quote unquote, loses? Will we see another big war in the next 15, 20 years from a resurgent Russia, pardon the parallel of Germany? Like in World War I, the ending, and then a World War II. Nationalist sentiments came up in Germany and you had a World War II. So would we see that? Worry. But anyway, last point, it's often said that the only way forward is discussions. Here also, yes and no. In America, slavery would not have ended had the Civil War not been won by the government. So sometimes you do need, and there are wars. But yes, the hope is that discussions will prevent and resolve those wars. Now, lastly, yes, anyway, we'll come to it now regarding Eurasia. So with my eminent panel, I lead off with the same question to each one of you. The topic for us today was the most deciding factor of world geopolitics. Is it Eurasia? Do you think so? Or do you disagree? What is your view about what could be the most deciding factor of world geopolitics? Mr. Honorable Member Parliament, sir. No.
That is also a universal phenomenon. Microphones never work when you start talking. Thank you very much for having us, and thank you very much for this interesting question. I very much like the idea of optopolitics, but it's not only a question what you see in geopolitics, but also where you look at and what you're looking at. And that leads me to your question if Eurasia is the most deciding factor.
Or if not Eurasia, what
or
could
if
be
not.
yes.
I mean, unfortunately, and Mr. Dr. Kraper may know that better than me, at least Germany didn't look at Eurasia in that way in the last decades. I can speak only for me. I mean, I'm living 20 kilometers from the French border, so in the western part of Germany, we much more look to Paris and London and Luxembourg than we look to the eastern side of our country. But we have seen lately with the unlawful attack of Russia versus Ukraine that we have to look to Eurasia, and that we have a lot of interests there, and that we have to defend these interests, and that we have common challenges. It's our relationship to Russia, it's our common relationship to China, but it's most and for all climate change. I think we should talk about that together with our partners in Eurasia and in India. And therefore, it is a crucial factor in the future to come.
Thank you so much, sir. May I take the same question to Your Excellency, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for your most valuable remarks. It's hard to say what's the most important factor in geopolitics now. So let me just add one or two more aspects in this. You mentioned quite rightly that nations are not only about markets. That's quite true. That holds true for the European single market. We had a discussion about that Europe is not only a single market, but it's also a community of shared values, a community of strong values. And that's what we want to have also in our cooperation with other countries. Therefore, the cooperation with democracies like India is most important for us. And it's a great move and an important move in the last years that we opened our eyes even more to Indo-Pacific and specifically to India. Just to give you an example on that, our new government, when it came into power in last December, the first idea was to have government consultations with India, and we did them in May last year. So this was was really for us to show that the importance we have with India, the importance we share, the values with India, that's most important for us. Second remark, perhaps as we talked about the situation in Ukraine, I think, as our Chancellor said, we should add, this is an imperialistic war of aggression. And this is not only not a time of wars, it's not a time for imperialistic wars of aggression. So we don't share this idea that it's only a conflict, but it's a really imperialistic war of aggression. And we have to see, when we share the same values, that we have to discuss about this. How can we deal with such a situation where we have a real imperialistic war of aggression? Third and last point, perhaps we highly appreciate, and it's great to be in India in our embassy and to be here when India has the G20 presidency. There are so many visitors coming in here. We had our foreign minister who was here recently, and you have a real thrilling agenda for your G20 presidency, and we want to cooperate on this. I think on this agenda, there's also another point I would like to stress, because it plays an important role for us in Germany and in Europe, and also for you, is women empowerment. Women empowerment for the economy, for the society, plays an important role. And I think it was your Prime Minister who even said women-led economic development. We are entering in this era of women-led economy and economic development. So in our economic cooperation, this aspect plays an important role. Unfortunately, when I look in our panel, when I look in the audience, I think there still is some room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Yes, sir. I'm reminded that I think one of India's huge potential, I was reading the data some other day, that I think probably about 20% of the women folk are in the working sector. My data may be incorrect, but whatever it be, it's a very low number. That's a huge potential we have, no doubt. Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite General Sivach for your views, sir. Do you think that Eurasia is the most deciding factor of world geopolitics? Yes or no? Or if, what else is?
Yeah, no doubt. You see, it looks like that Eurasia is now playing one of the major roles. What does Eurasia consist? It is basically Europe and Asia. Now, if you see 3-4 things which are taking place in the world today, they have completely changed the world scenario. One is, rightly said, Russia-Ukraine war. Russia-Ukraine war has now changed the complete geopolitics of this area. What is happening now is that even small nations will now gunning for having more weapons. Most of the countries like Finland, Sweden want to join NATO. It means a multilateral security. Third is the countries are now likely to become a nuclear. A smaller country will also thrive to become a nuclear, because they understand that if they were nuclear, could a bigger country can invade them. So this is what has happened there. And another thing what has happened due to this war in Europe is that the climate change. You know, countries like UK, Germany, France, which have promised themselves they will not use coal. They have been forced to use coal now to produce the power. So this is what is happening as far as the climate is concerned. The armament industry is flourishing due to this. And this is not a very good sign for the world peace and the politics. So as far as Russia-Ukraine war is concerned, let me tell you, the impact is so adverse in the complete world that the things are not still looking very favorable. One does not know where this war will stop, whether it will terminate into a world war or whether that there can be a possibility of using a nuclear weapon exist or not is a mute question. And therefore, I will say that in Eurasia, the one main thing which has shaped the geopolitics is Russia-Ukraine war. The second one is the China. Now, the way that China is aggressively assertive and the way it is expanding, it is at the cost of others. And that is where it is a challenge for the world peace. Now, remember what they are doing in South China Sea, that they have built up the 9-dash line. They have changed the complete the configuration of South China Sea by making it 90% belonging to them. Whether they are a small country like Vietnam, Laos, Philippines, they care two hoots. Now, remember, due to this only, this Quad has come. Basically, a joint security by US, India, Australia, and Japan. The principle of this is free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific with the three guiding rules, that is rule-based international order, maintaining territorial integrity and sovereignty of all nations, and also freedom of navigation. Now, if you see all these three things, they are just to counter China, because China is progressing at the cost of others, and it is very aggressive and assertive, and that is a cause of concern. And it is not only in South China Sea, also against India. The way they came in April, May 2020 with 3 divisions, though that's a different thing, they got a bloody nose from India. And Galwan is an example of that, where we lost 20 brave hearts, but we killed more than 100 Chinese soldiers. But certainly the China is another factor which is disturbing this complete geopolitics of Euro-Asia. The third, which is very important thing, is with this everything, the climate is taking a big hit, and the climate change has to be now again brought back to the track, and G20 possibly will play a major role. Fourth thing is the terrorism. Now, I suppose that in Euro-Asia, the APAC area has become an epicenter of terrorism, international terrorism. Now, it is for everyone to watch what's happening in Pakistan. It has become not only epicenter of terrorism, all international terrorists are having bases either in Afghanistan or in Pakistan. And that's what India has possibly said 5 years back, that what will happen in Taliban comes in Afghanistan and Pakistan also boils under the terrorism. This will be a cocktail for disaster. And that's what's happening. You can see what has happened very recently in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. More than 50 people have been killed. Taliban Pakistan is becoming bold every day. Taliban is ruling in Afghanistan, and Pakistan of its own is having 10,000 Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaise Mohammed terrorists ready to be pumped in India. Now, this terrorism is another cause of concern as far as the geopolitics of this Euro-Asia is concerned.
Yes, sir.
So I will say that this combination of all these things will have a adverse impact today. And the only silver lining in this is the presidency of G20 with India, where there is a one family, one earth, and one future. I think we need to go on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Sivas, for your wide-ranging analysis. You know, amongst the other points, I was struck by your mentioning that the armament industry and, of course, the oil and gas industry are making windfall profits. We are not getting into that debate here, but I think the world should consider there's a discussion out there that should a heavier tax be levied on the defense industries and the oil and gas industries, which are making perhaps windfall profits. That's a discussion for some other day. May I now invite Dr. Sriram Cholia, a distinguished professor and dean and international affairs expert, for his views, sir, your opening comments on this particular topic.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Well, I will actually segue from General Sivaj on the question of, threats within Eurasia, because Eurasia is a construct that brings in many sub-regions, and sometimes we can become prisoners of what is called Miles's law. Where you stand depends on where you sit. In other words, you're coming from Germany, you're looking at the world very differently compared to what we are doing here in India. And that's because we have to deal with our respective regional insecurities and regional security spirals. So I think I would hope that these kind of dialogues bring about some kind of common viewpoint about a universal understanding of what Excellency talked about, which is the imperialistic wars of aggression. Now, General Sivach already mentioned, we have a menace in our neighborhood that the Europeans often don't have to contend with, at least not militarily. I mean, of course, Europe is concerned about intellectual property and about China's unfair trade practices and all that. But they are not yet facing the juggernaut the way we are facing in Asia. So when you take Eurasia, you need to disintegrate aggregate it into sub-regions. So you have a major armed conflict going on, no doubt about it. It's been devastating in Europe, but there is a pretty high likelihood of war breaking out in Asia and in our neighborhood and in our extended neighborhood. And this is something, can we avert it? Ultimately, the question of whether Eurasia is the most dangerous flashpoint for world peace or the most pivotal decider of geopolitics will depend on whether we can avert more Ukraines. It's not, I mean, already the security architecture in Europe has broken down. East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, Central Asia. I would draw the attention of our German friends to these regions where obviously they have lesser stakes. Obviously, they don't have military presence. We welcome the Indo-Pacific outlook of the German government and also of the EU, but we believe that, they need to do a lot more concretely if they really have a universalistic understanding of imperialistic wars of aggression. And of course, I will admit that because we have strong bilateral exchanges with Russia and a strategic partnership going back many decades, we probably don't see it the same way as a villain and a bully as many others do, because they're facing the music and facing the aerial and the ground attacks there. So I think we need to think about ways in which Eurasia can bring together our threat perceptions in such a way that we have a principle-based understanding of what needs to be done to maintain international peace and stability. What needs to be done is no double standards, and I hope no Miles law. I'll come back to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cholia. You mentioning the Miles law. I'm reminded maybe we have miles to go before we have peace. Okay, now the organizing are reminding us that our session, we are running good on time, but we need to kind of rapidify the pace. In fact, this was supposed to be my next question, which you answered, Professor, that is the idea of Eurasia. What is Eurasia? I remember Lebedev, the deputy NSA of Russia, saying that Lisbon to Vladivostok is what Russia thinks as Eurasia of today. Now, anyway, so we'll skip that question. What is this? Now, let's come down to maybe more focus on your delegation and the bilateral India, Germany, etc. with Eurasia. The question is, how can India and EU, Germany together undertake collaborative projects in quote unquote Eurasia in this region, particularly with respect to trade, let's say. Yeah, with respect to trade, or trade, let's say, can India and EU, Germany together triangulate as a trilateral some initiative with respect to business and trade, investments or whatever in the Eurasia region? Yeah, please. Sure.
I mean, the Indian position is a very interesting opportunity, I think, for the question you are asking, because you can be some kind of bridgestone between the global north and the global south. Your so-called neutrality can help to resolve conflicts that we are alone not able to resolve. But I want to come back to one remark you made in the beginning, that nations are not markets. And I want to add, the relation between nations are not only interests, but also values. And this is maybe one of the most important things when we are talking about EU-Indian, German-Indian relationship, that we not only share interests, but also values. And that can help And let me add one other thing, which what I think is a very good sign is the presence of a Ukrainian representative today. I would like to, I don't know where he's sitting, but I think it's an honor for us that you are here today. And I want to express our admiration for the courage with that you are fighting this conflict. You are also defending our interests, our peace, and our values. So thank you very much for being here today. Maybe I want to give the microphone to Mr. Dr. Grape because he's going to leave us in a few minutes. But one very important thing that India and the European Union has to work together is to fight the consequences of climate change. I think that this is the #1 issue for us because it's a question of life and death for our global society. And the effects of climate change are everywhere the same. For sure, we have to fight global warming, that's clear, on a global scale, but the effects of climate change are everywhere the same, and the recipes against it can be the same as well. What works in Mumbai to reduce the negative effects of heat in a city, for instance, can also be helpful in Munich or in Marseille. So we have to work very closely about this because this is the #1 danger for the society my children will be living in.
Thank you so much, sir. Ambassador, please, your views.
Yeah, thank you very much. When we talk about Eurasia, I think, of course, we are not talking about a new alliance or so, or about a new cooperation format. I think it's more as an eye-opener that we have to open our eyes for the global situation because conflicts are interlinked. When there's a conflict emerging in one part of the world, it's now in our world, in our globalized world, it's interlinked with other regions. And therefore, I think the idea of Eurasia quite prominently shows this linkage between different conflicts. And therefore, I understand also the Indian position when you made quite clear this is not an era of war because one conflict at one part of the world can spark conflicts in other parts of the world, and even the effects of such a war is you will feel it here in Asia as well as we do it in Europe. Therefore, this situation is a very interlinked situation. And this brings us also to the idea of globalization and what kind of concept we will follow in the future. There are some people who are advocating for deglobalization or say the era of globalization has come to an end. That's not our approach. We think we should continue with the idea of globalization because it brings wealth to the people. It's good for our economy. It's good for our people. We should continue this path of globalization. Nevertheless, we have to do several adjustments. It's not the moment now to go into details about, but just to mention one or two. It's about supply chains. That means for us as well to have more diversification as far as our supply chains are concerned. But it's also the way how we see and how we will organize our international organizations in the future. There was also already a talk about the reform of the Security Council in the United Nations, and I think Germany, Brazil, Japan, and India, we should continue our work for reform of the Security Council. And there are other international organizations. I'm quite on your side as well that need some reform. We are on your side to get this reform done. And let's move it forward because our common interest is to have just and a reformed globalization. I think that's the idea we have behind it, and that holds true also for our relation with China. We very much understand the threat you feel here in India because you have to feel it, the threat that comes from China. We are a little bit more far away. We are aware of this systemic rivalry we have with China, but you feel it here. Nevertheless, your trade balance with China is growing up. Therefore, I think the way of strictly decoupling is not the way to go. We have to have modifications of globalization. We have to have modifications of globalization, but deglobalization is not the way to go.
Thank you, Excellency. I think that's very, very well said that deglobalization is not the way to go. And you know, I had another question, but we don't have time now, so but the question was exactly to the point which Excellency you pointed out, that what is Eurasia? You know, it's not a new system that we're proposing. The point I was trying to make or want to know is that just like the talk about Indo-Pacific suddenly comes up more and more in the narrative, right? So should the term Eurasia be used more and more in the narratives, because out here in this room, by the way, you have some of the topmost intellectuals and commentators and media experts of India. And in our discussions on television or newspapers, we could be looking at this aspect more or less. Sometimes you highlight something or not. That's the point we wanted to get. Thank you so much, Excellency. General Sivach, your concluding thoughts, please, because we are running tight on time.
Yeah, two, three issues. One is the ambassador raised this issue that you are having a problem with China, but your trade is increasing. Of course, it has become more than $125 billion. But one has to see two, three things in this. Remember that both the countries are basically a partner of WTO, the World Trade Organization. Certain commitment has been already done 5 to 10 years earlier. So it is not easy for India to break them. But certainly more than 200 items have been banned, and foreign direct investment of China has been also been banned. So therefore, the impact of this will be seen in another 4 to 5 years. And we know that. See, as far as China is concerned, we are not believing them, because China has a double standard. What they say and what they do are two different things. Remember, the next place where the Russia-Ukraine war today taking will be another theater which will be opened by China in Taiwan. And the third term of Xi Jinping is going to be a milestone and is a changing. And they are looking toward Taiwan, and they can go all out for Taiwan. That is a different thing. They are still worried about the Navy of the US, because US 2 aircraft carrier group are always kept in Indo-Pacific, that is USS Nimitz and USS Ronald Reagan. But China is one country which will be a cause of concern in future. It is, of course, Russia, what they have done in Ukraine is a challenge, and this war must stop, because if this war prolongs, this can lead to a third world war. This can lead to a nuclear war. No one can know. Let me tell you one thing. Let the spring come, and you will find this war getting more offensive. And therefore, this is the right time that the country which can mediate should mediate. As what our Prime Minister says, this is not an era of war. Dialogue and diplomacy should take on, and the peace must prevail. So therefore, this is the time, because once the spring comes, you will find a Russian offensive going in Ukraine and counter offensive coming from Ukraine, because number of weapon systems they have also received from Europe. And why not they get it? They have to fight it off. So my point, what I'm trying to convey is, it is not only the Russia-Ukraine war. The worry for the world is, what is China going to do in next 5 years? Are they going to take on Taiwan by force, or they will do something else? That is a cause of concern. And of course, as Indians, we are also worried what they can do to our border, from starting from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh. But let me assure to all my fellow Indians that Indian Army, Indian Air Force and Indian Navy is well prepared, whether it is on Ladakh, whether on the seas, or whether it is in Indian Ocean. Let me add this, that we have a capability and capacity to choke Malacca state, where 80% of the trade of the Chinese go. So therefore, what I just want to conclude, due to shortage of time, that it is not only Russia-Ukraine war when everyone is worried, it is also the growing China, aggressive China and violent China, which is a cause of concern, which can create impasse in the world to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Sivach, for a very well-rounded and, of course, very reassuring view. What else could we expect from our military veterans? They protect us and our borders day and night, every day. Thank you, sir, for your service for the nation. May I now invite Dr. Cholia, a distinguished expert in foreign affairs, of course, for his concluding thoughts, as you would like to take them, sir.
Thank you. So yes, I think Eurasia should we revive and bring it back into the discourse. I think it's going to be helpful, so that we have a systemic view of global governance and global security challenges, rather than a segmented view. So, and I'll give a small example. Israeli drone strike in Isfahan in Iran has been cheered by the Ukrainians government officially on Twitter. Why? Because Iran has been providing missiles to the Russians and drones for their offensive operations or for their imperialistic war of aggression. South Korean weapons are being talked about to be shipped to Ukraine. The US is trying to persuade its allies in Asia to do more, because North Korea has been, again, helping the Russians with ammunition. So already Eurasia, if you take these interconnected snapshots, you get the full picture. Eurasia is in operation. And I want to just end with Pope Francis. I'm a great fan of Papa Francesco. And he says that we are already in a third world war. His way of raising consciousness about big problems of our time. He says we are already in a third world war. It may look like you're far away from the war zone and the actual battle zone, but because of the globalization, because it's happening under the conditions of globalization or the umbrella of globalization, they're all interconnected, and it's going to come back and hurt you, whether it is hot war, as in the case we are all bracing for this in the Xi Jinping era in Asia, or whether it is indirect war that you're seeing in Africa, for example, where food price inflation and shortages have led to mass famines and disastrous food and energy security situation. So I think bringing back Eurasia is useful, but what happens to Africa and Latin America, we can't leave them out. What happens to North America, Central America, we can't leave them out. So perhaps we need Eurasia plus. Eurasia is a useful metric to talk about geopolitics, but if you're thinking about global governance as a whole, which is a much bigger issue and where we are failing, I think we need to bring back Pope Francis type of vision or Narendra Modi type of vision where we want one world, one family, one earth. That kind of thinking has to be brought back, but it cannot just be preaching to the choir like here. No, there are real problems where we are thinking very, very antagonistically and in zero-sum game ways. So I think reining in authoritarian big powers, and I don't have to remind you that Russia is not even a great power in today's metric. It's a regional power, but there's only one authoritarian great power, which General Sivach has been talking about, and we have to watch out for it, especially, and how to corral that authoritarian great power and bring it under the rubric of one earth, one world, and one family is our big challenge.
Thank you so much, Professor. In fact, you mentioned that the Third World War is already on, and now my concluding 1 minute or so. In fact, those who know me, I've already been talking. The Third World War is already ongoing. The Taiwan conflict that General Sivach and all are mentioning, that would be the Fourth World War. And then the Fifth World War will come back to Europe with a humiliated Russia coming back in the next 15, 20 years to retaliate. Hypothetical, theoretical, we don't know. So we are mapping our Third, Fourth, and Fifth World Wars in the world of today that I see. One. Second point, with respect to China, yes, but remember, we have to be standing up with China, whatever. We have to also weaponize peace. Our borders of about 4,000 odd kilometers, we don't even agree what the total length is. There are about 40 or 45 disputed points between India and China. Perhaps along the line of actual control, our esteemed military generals would know much better. But I have a very simple point. Why not create gardens of peace along these points if we can agree with them? Neither yours nor ours, let's make it a garden of peace. Can we do it? I don't think so. China is not even wanting to talk to us. But somehow we have to weaponize peace, even when we are preparing for war. And the last thing I'll say, that it's been a pleasure and honor with the esteemed panel here and your views here. The topic Eurasia is very interesting to me. I lived in Moscow, Baku, and Almaty in the early 1990s, and I was kidnapped by Chechen mafia in Moscow in 92 for 3 days. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Ravinder and Sastevaji. It was really a lovely presentation, lovely panel discussion rather we have gone through. So I would request everybody to kindly come on the dais for a quick group photograph as well. Yeah. We can just stand and have a group photograph, and accordingly we'll give the mementos. Thank you. So please allow me to invite on stage Mr. Naveen Seth, Assistant Secretary General, PhD, CCI, and Dr. Adrian Hack, Director, India Office of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, to give the mementos to our panelists for the day. To start with, we have Mr. Ravinder N. Sachdev, President, the IMAC India Institute. A big round of applause, please. Moving forward, we have Dr. Stephen Grapper, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Federal Republic of Germany. Up next, we have Major General A.K. Sivaj, YSM, VSM, and BA, former head of Treasury Army, Indian Army, Territorial Army, apologies. Last but not the least, we have Dr. Sriram Chaulia, Professor and Dean, Jindal School of International Affairs. Before we move forward, I have a quick question for all of us. I have already seen a lot of people have gone and yeah. Sorry, apologies. We have Mr. Royalties, lawyer, member of German Parliament. Okay. Up next, I just want to basically quickly check with everybody. I've seen a lot of you have already taken a tea break outside. So should we go ahead with the panel discussion 3 or should we go for a tea break? Fantastic. Thank you so much. Up next, we have panel discussion 3, India, China, countering China through supply chain resilience. And before that, please allow me and request all of you to kindly give a big round of applause to all our panelists who have been there. They have taken out time from the busy schedule. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, please allow me to invite moderator, Major Gaurav Arya, Editor-in-Chief, Chanakya Forum. We have Mr. Marcus, UHI, MP, CDU, CSU, economist, and member of German Parliament. We have Lieutenant General Dr. Rakesh Sharma, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, VSM, Indian Army, retired. Mr. Tilak Devashir, member of National Security Advisory Board, NSAB, former Special Secretary, Cabinet Secretary, Government of India. A big round of applause for our panelists for the day. And this is going to be a great panel discussion. I would request everybody to kindly focus. Do ask questions if you have, because this is going to be a lifetime experience for you. Thank you.
Should I go ahead? So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And we have one more panelist, Mr. Tilak Devashir, and he's going to join us in a couple of minutes. And I'll just start off by giving some opening remarks and the way we'll try and conduct this. It says panel discussion, and I'll try and conduct it like a panel discussion. I'm going to sit right there and we'll talk. All right. Countering China through supply chain resilience is countering China through supply chain resilience. Now, excuse me, sir, may I please have your attention? There is too much of noise. I cannot concentrate like this. You can talk later, please. Thank you. Okay. So countering China through supply chain resilience is essentially, where does China get its power from? China gets its power from contract manufacturing. Let me place that on record. Mr. Tilak Devashir, sir, welcome. Please take your seats. China gets its power, its economic clout from contract manufacturing. China is perhaps, I think, the second or third largest motorcycle manufacturer in the world, but not very many people will know of Chinese motorcycle brands. Except for Chinese electronic brands, not many Chinese brands are known outside of China. Not many. And therein lies the crux, the weakness that we talk about. Now, countering China through supply chain resilience. China is the manufacturing backyard of the world. Almost everything that we use in our day-to-day life is made in China. And it is not just about our ability to choke Malacca. It is also about our willingness to choke Malacca. Ability is something which is wishy-washy, it's theoretical, it's on paper. Do we have the willingness to choke Malacca? And one more thing that we must understand is China is not going to stop its aggression. If we think that China has just come and it'll go away, it'll go back from Arunachal, yes, it will. It'll come back to Uttarakhand. It'll come back to Himachal Pradesh. It'll again come back to Ladakh. This cycle will continue unless China actually manages, heaven forbid, to take away land from India. China will keep on doing that. China has to be stopped. And I think you must hit China where it hurts. And unless you start actually impacting China's economy, no amount of military buildup, a military buildup can stop China because we do not have aggressive intent. At least that is my understanding. So that is going to be the crux of my discussion here. I have my panel ready here and I'll go and I'll... So we have Mr. Markus Uhl, who's a member of parliament from Germany. We have General Rakesh Sharma, former GOC 14 Corps. 14 Corps is the corps that looks after the entire area of Ladakh, which is why it's so important to have a person like General Sharma here as part of the discussion. And also Mr. Tilak Devashar, member of the National Security Advisory Board, former Special Secretary, Cabinet Secretariat, Government of India. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the panel. And I'll start off by Mr. Markus Uhl. And I'd like to ask you, sir, as regards Germany, right? Now, Germany too has a lot of manufacturing inside China. And Germany makes amongst the finest cars in the world. You know, you have Mercedes, you have BMW, you have Audi, you have so many other German things which are perhaps the finest in the world. Is there a plan in Germany to get that manufacturing out of China? Anywhere. I'm not saying just back to Germany. Any other country apart from China. Is there a plan? Is there a conversation inside Germany that this should happen?
You can use this. Okay. Yes. So thank you. First of all, to express my gratitude to the organizers of this wonderful geopolitical conclave, the PhD chamber. Thank you very much for having me as a speaker. So you asked me about the Chinese consequences of the Chinese trade problems in Germany. Yes, we have in Germany a big discussion in the big companies about future investments in China and our existing investments in China. We have seen in the COVID crisis and still today that we have supply chains with China that still are not working. And China is aggressive. As in the last panel we heard, China expands at cost of others. So we see that we have to reorganize our international trade. We have to reorganize our international investments to secure supply chains. We have to create diversity supply chains, different supply chains with different countries. And so we have a quite really heavy discussion in the German industry where to invest and how to create stable supply chains, reliable supply chains with reliable countries.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll go to General Rakesh Sharma now. And so my question is, I'm going to juxtapose my question with your experience in 14 Corps and what is the ground reality today as far as supply chain resilience is concerned. So, you see, sir, we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, we talk about a self-reliant India in terms of weapon systems. Recently, there was an article which said that India is procuring something like 48 jetpacks, robotic mules, and also tethered drones. Now, while all these things, we are importing everything from outside. And as a gentleman very rightly said, $125 billion annual trade with China. So India is not doing very well either. Atmanirbhar will take time. So where do you think Atmanirbharta in weapon systems can break this supply chain problem? We are not importing anything from China as far as weapons are concerned. But still, it is a problem, sir. Valuable foreign exchange is going out. I'd like your views on that, sir.
Thank you, Gaurav. And thank you, PhD Chambers of Commerce. When I was young, I thought PhD refers to this place used to give PhDs or something. So later on, when you grow up, PhD had a different connotation. Thank you, Gaurav, for the nice question. Now, the right way is to speak bombastically and thump your desk and we can sort out China and leave away Chinese chain and not buy anything from China. Not possible. Let's get pragmatic about it. It cannot be done. China is the largest powerhouse in the world. There are issues pertaining to Chinese which are relevant to our economy, which are essential to our economy, and can be dealing from the value chains. It cannot be done. It can be tried over a very long period of time, and I'd substantiate this argument. What we buy from Chinese or through supply chains, even if you say that you have now Foxconn establishing iPhone in Andhra Pradesh, the iPhone city is in China. We would still be buying the components which will come from China to Andhra Pradesh to make the iPhones. So can you delink it? Finally, the iPhones are produced by Foxconn largely in China. You can't delink it. If you have value chains moving out and coming to India, those value chains will continue procuring larger components which are being produced in China. It may be this way or that way. There are two issues here which I wish to bring out. One are, there are issues of dependencies and there are issues of vulnerabilities. What we procure 125 billion, it's rising, can be split into what we are dependent on or what we are vulnerable for. For example, I'll give two examples. Solar panels. We buy solar panels. It's part of our dream to get across to other channels of energy, get away from the carbon emitting sources. So we have to buy solar panels. We are a dependency. It's a dependency. It's not critical to us. We can find alternative supply chains to give us solar panels. But solar panel is an essential item. If it is cost optimized by us to buy from China, so be it. But we can withstand it. But what happens to nuclear boilers? What happens to APIs of the pharmaceutical industry, including all the antibiotics that were produced in India have got APIs that come from China? Now, can we find alternative supply chains to the entire pharma industry of India? It cannot be done. It is simply stated in a very loud tone, thumping of desks, saying that you de-link with China. But China is today the largest powerhouse in the world. And we have to now divide what our vulnerabilities are. Pharma industry is a vulnerability. We have to find, if we can get 2-3 decades ago, we were self-sufficient in APIs. Because of cost optimization, we moved away from the APIs of which were produced in India and went across to China and started procuring items from there. We have to start thinking, can we go back to the 3 decades earlier and start doing the API business here? Maybe taking a little time. So divide the vulnerabilities and start thinking about how we can, over a long period of time, get over vulnerabilities. On the dependencies, and I'll end here, Gaurav. We buy computer equipment, hardwares, electrical equipment. We need to do a kind of a management in which our nation benefits from what we procure from China. It's not an issue of getting an item from there through the value chains and utilizing it. We have to start creating manufacturing powerhouses and infrastructure in India, learning from what we are buying from the Chinese, and again, of course, get across to alternative value chains. We have to do scenario building. You rightly pointed out, and earlier also the previous session it was said, can you guarantee in the trust deficit that we have with China that something will not go wrong in 10 years? Look at what they did to Australia. Look at in the course of 2 years, they make Australia's life hell in coercing Australia and trade issues. They made life hell for the Japanese in coercing. Tomorrow, if the Chinese start coercing us, and coercion is an art with them, we have to start preparing for our vulnerabilities first. Dependencies we can go across, we can buy hardware across from Germany and to many other nations. But the vulnerabilities are the ones that are we going to suffer from, and we have to start thinking for those in a long term.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tilak Devashir, my question to you, sir, is that, regarding the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there has been widespread condemnation of Russia, at least from Europe and many other countries in the world. Russia should not have invaded. Ukraine is a sovereign country. You went inside Ukraine, you killed so many people, not done. And we saw the economic ripples and fallout. China has pretty much been doing the same thing in a different manner. Not so many tanks, not so many artillery guns, not so many deaths, But if you look at the map of China, China has taken over territory over a period of years. China controls substantial Indian territory. China has a dismal human rights record. And all the American and European companies, and India included, I mean, we also buy from China, we are equally guilty, like Europe, like America. But there hasn't been that sort of widespread condemnation for China. They run these labor camps, they use kids. We know about the Uyghur Muslims. We know what they're doing in China. It's been fairly well documented. I'd like to know, isn't there any fallout for China yet? I mean, is China Teflon coated in that sense?
You see, the simple answer, Gaurav, is globalization. China has been at it for the last 3 decades. While the world's attention was diverted on the war on terror, China became the factory of the world. I have some statistics here. Let me just read them out to you. Chinese economy represents 16% of the global economy, 12% of all global trade, and 28% of global production. Right? In 1979, there were 100 foreign-owned enterprises in China. This number increased to 280,000 by 1998, 300,000 by 2010. Foreign companies in China in 2007 were reported to employ 25 million people. Nobody's going to take a panga with China when your supply lines are dependent on China, number one. Number two, not only did China step up its manufacturing prowess and become the world's factory, it simultaneously developed a complex mesh of internal supply chains and interoperability that made relocation even more difficult. And consequently, the world became deeply reliant on China-dominated global supply chains. China's role as a preeminent supplier of goods and components across nearly all industrial sectors makes reshoring or decoupling absolutely very difficult. Why do you think India has a problem or other countries also has a problem? So despite whatever China does, 1 million Uyghurs are in internment camps. Not a single Islamic country has ever protested about it. Saudi Arabia even complimented China for its handling of the Uyghurs. This is the power that China exercises in terms because of globalization and becoming the world's factory. So it's a long process. It's a very painful process for companies to try and decouple, if they can, even at that, even if to reshore or onshore or China plus one or whatever new terminologies that are there, it's going to be extremely difficult. And China knows this. So it knows that this is the opportunity it has. It can get away with whatever it is doing, maybe a little slap in the wrist here, slap in the wrist there, but nothing more than that. Certainly not the kind of condemnation and the kind of reaction that Russia has had to face, because Russia is not the world's factory. If China were to make a mistake and attack Taiwan, for example, now that will be a game changer. That will be a different ball game. It'll go into a different orbit altogether. But we'll talk about that when that happens. But the short answer to your question is because it is the world's factory, no country in the world is going to take on China head on because economies will collapse.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, I saw you reading the data without glasses, and I'll believe you, sir. If you can read without glasses, you're so much senior to me because I need glasses to read now. So anyway, so what you said was that countries have not reached that point of inflection with China. And you're saying Taiwan could be a game changer, but a normal Uyghur Muslim issue or internment camps or re-education camps, that is not going to shake up the world so much. So I'll now go back to Mr. Markusul and ask him, sir, China has been facing this massive problem with COVID. That's number one. We know about the real estate bust and the general state of the Chinese economy. Whether you look at IMF figures, whether you look at World Bank figures, they're not looking very good for China. There are companies that have shut down in China. There are companies that have shut down. There are automobile companies that have shut down in China. Real estate has gone out of the park. My question is, how does Germany look at all this? How does Germany look at all this? I mean, it's an extension of the first question that I asked you. You have some of the best brands in the world. And don't you think that you should maybe place your eggs in possibly another basket apart from China? You already have a factory in India. You have many factories in India. But what about the other things, sir? Yeah, what about the other things? I mean, out of China, because China is doing badly. And today there are strikes in China, which we never knew existed before. There are people out on the street protesting. The real estate market has crashed.
companies are being shut down. And all these we know because there are people who dissent and who are sending out videos. Otherwise, there is an absolute media clampdown in China. How do you look at that?
Okay, thank you. So yes, I think we have two game changers to this topic. The first game changer was a Russian invasion, brutal invasion of Ukraine. There we have seen what could happen if you cooperate with an authoritarian regime. To what can lead this? And now I think we have. This was the first game changer. And the second is to see what you have said, that we have the COVID crisis in China. We have seen now factory shutdowns and so on, strikes. And that what we need is our reliable supply chains in Germany and reliable partners. But we know now that we cannot separate trade and politics. I think we have to improve our relationships, our trade relationships with democratic countries in the world like India. And it's clear, facing China is a challenge. And it's a process, as you said. It's not a thing we can change today, tomorrow. We need many time to change it. But I think I know that we have the discussion in the boards of our big companies, you marked some of these, yeah, that they think to diversify our supply chains, to invest in other country with more reliable trade relationships.
Thank you, sir. Now to General Rakesh Sharma, sir. China is upgrading its military at a very rapid pace. They're talking about AI, they're talking about blockchain, Internet of Things, etc., etc. India is also doing its best, but the difference. The difference remains actually between India and China, and this difference will get wider and wider because we do not have the kind of checkbook that China has, sir. What is the solution to this entire problem? Because China will keep on arming, and we will not be able to keep up because I heard a lot of very senior veterans say this, that, finally you get the army that you pay for. I mean, you have to have that kind of money. Otherwise, you have to invest in the army, you have to invest in technology, you have to invest in manpower, you have to invest in research and development, everything. And also, sir, my other question to it is, as an add-on, is that the kind of money that we invest in research and development is simply not enough. It's simply not enough, sir. What's your take on this?
Thank you. Gaurav, if you follow last 30, 40 years, every asymmetrically large nation who has fought the war has lost it. The weaker nations have won the war. You see what Ukraine has done to Russia? I mean, brought Russia down to knees. Look, Afghanistan did to Americans. What the Vietnamese did to Americans. I mean, what the Iraqis did to Americans, with the big banner, war is finished, the war continued over the next 15 years. It is the way we fight war. It's the typology of wars we want to fight. China is asymmetrically large and growing, galloping away, as you rightly point. They're not sprinting, they're galloping away into technology. Understandably, we can't match it. Even if we spend the maximum, one can count with next 10 years, we'll spend about $1 trillion in capital goods. $1 trillion will not even match the Chinese spending in the course of 2 years. So we can't match it. We have to devise what kind of end state we want with the Chinese when the war takes place. What's the end game? The politicians have to decide that if there is a balloon that goes up at the end of the 21st Party Congress or the 22nd Party Congress in 10 years, how we will fight a war. And I hasten to add that Xi Jinping, who has been given his crown for 5 more years, the Communist Party would have told him, at least give us something A, B, C, or D. There may be something, a charter laid down to the president to achieve in his extended tenures that he's got here. What could that be? Taiwan, one issue, the South China Sea, Indian settlement of Indian border, 5 years, 10 years. How long will he last? He's an old man. He's not going to live forever. He has to achieve in 5 years or 10 years. Said that, we have to decide how we are going to achieve our end state, come out. I would say wars are messy affairs. Victory to any nation is not guaranteed. You just cannot come and pat on your back saying I'm a large nation and victorious. We have to decide how we'll fight. And there we come up with better colors. So they may have AI, IoT, they will have hypersonics, they have space thing. We have to correspondingly make achievements in which the Chinese will require a face saving. That is warfare. If we match them item to item, we will be sunk. We are a socio-economically developing country. We are an aspirational population in India. These aspirations of the population are as important to us as the issues on the border. Having said that, we must match up in some manner. And I think we have to pragmatically assess, okay, he will do A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, we will do G and H. That is what matters. That's warfare. We don't have to go on full gallop to procure all those items that the Chinese are attempting to do so in times to come. We should fight an asymmetrically large enemy with that asymmetric warfare.
Thank you very much, sir. Makes a lot of sense now, because you're saying that check for check, dollar for dollar, you can't match the Chinese. And if you start doing that, you will sink. Figure out a strategy by which you can cause pain, an immense pain. China sues for peace. Face saving, you said, sir. About the Russia-Ukraine war, I had made a couple of predictions in February. Now, February starts tomorrow. My first prediction was that Russia will never attack Ukraine. My second prediction was that the war will be over in a week. And after that, I stopped making predictions because, you know, I expected Ukraine to fold up and collapse, and it did not. And this was very surprising because, well, that is the nature of warfare. And sir, that is what you said, that you make it so expensive for the other party. And Ukraine will never have the kind of artillery guns and tanks that Russia has, sir. It won't.
You didn't predict about cyber warfare. We all thought after 2014 what the Russians did against Ukraine, or what they did in Estonia in 2008 or Georgia 2007. The Russians will overwhelm cyber manner in Ukraine. They didn't manage to do so. It's just that we have to create the resilience to accept the pain and respond in a manner in which he's not expecting it. That's warfare.
Yes, sir. Mr. Tilak Devashar, sir. Now, my question to you is, how do you think that the supply chains can be used? We're talking about resilience. That essentially means that we don't get impacted. There is a certain resilience to our supply chains. Now, Jan Sharma has very categorically said that the world is too dependent upon China. And you know, in fact, even Mr. Marcus Wool said that, you know, we are there, and because he's a member of parliament, you can't have breaking news tomorrow that German member of parliament says that we are pulling out of China. You can't have that. That will be controversial. So my question is, sir, how can we use supply? G.
German admiral who said it in IDSA and had to resign.
Oh.
Not very long ago.
So, Mr. Devashar, my question to you, sir, is, what do you figure? What should we do? How can we use supply chains against China? Because the more independent we become from China, the better it is. You know, and that is, yeah. So, would you like to say something? I'd like your views on that, sir.
See, for a long time, for 3 decades, there was no competitor to China in terms of manufacturing. Everybody was very comfortable with China being the world's factory. In fact, there's another statistics that I had. When the pandemic broke out, the Wuhan lockdown brought into sharp focus the dangers of over-reliance on a single manufacturing hub. According to one business intelligence company, there were 51,000 companies all over the world that had one or more direct tier 1 supplier in Wuhan alone. And at least 5 million companies around the world that had one or more tier 2 suppliers in Hubei itself, just one province. That is the kind of monopoly and control, stranglehold that China had. The only way to break it, we talked about resilience, is you have to have an alternative model. There has to be somebody else who can take the slack, because people do want to leave China because of the US-China trade war, the uncertainty. People want certainty, and then, you know, with the Chinese, the US sanctions and tariffs, companies are suffering. And then when President Trump was there, he ordered US companies, you better come back. So, well, who can be the alternative? I think India is very well placed to take the flak, to project itself as partially it can take over the global supplies because of our demography, because of the industrial base that we have. It's not again going to be easy. It's going to be difficult. But a couple of things I'll just mention what India has done in the last 3 or 4 years, which makes it an attractive destination to take the slack from China. First, the government's infrastructure push, along with efforts to boost the logistics sectors. Right? Several other reforms like liberalized FDI norms, introduction of production linked incentive schemes, opening up several sectors like manufacturing, tweaking the labor laws to challenge China's manufacturing clout. Due to easing of FDI policy, there was a substantial increase of FDI projects. Other factors like ease of doing business ranking, positive demographic dividend, diversified corporate environment, skilled labor, and so on. We are signing free trade agreements with several countries. But I think the budget tomorrow is going to be very important. That is the infrastructure push that the government has done in the last 2-3 years. Is it continued? Is it increased? Or does it sort of plateau off? Because, you know, without a good infrastructure and logistics chain, companies are not going to be convinced that you can actually deliver. You have to have a plug and play infrastructure, as they call it. You know, people can come in and start working straight away. The approvals that you need to set up companies. And so a lot of things India needs to do. It is getting its act together. It's not going to be happen tomorrow. Maybe it'll take 5 years. But I think a lot of the manufacturing that is happening in China, and that is the way you can hurt China. Because the entire economy is geared on a certain number of manufacturing and foreign companies working over there and investing in China. Once that stops, all this military build-up and building so many boats, ships in a year and in a month, all that is going to get hit. So I think that's the way forward. India has to come up to the plate by improving its own capability and becoming a far more attractive destination for foreign companies to come and invest and manufacture here.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Marcus Hull now, sir. And so over to you. And I'd like to ask you, not Germany alone, let's talk about the European Union, sir. The European Union, apart from scale, and apart from, it making sense monetarily, cheap manufacturing, what does the European Union see in China? This is a very simple, very basic question. I'd like to understand from your point of view, what do you see in China and not in other countries?
It's not an easy question. So I think first, China is or was attractive because the benefits of costs, yes, that's right. And because of the 100,000 millions of employees there. And the Chinese government, for a long time, it was the goal of the Chinese government to improve the trade between Europe and China and to get such a position that they have today, yeah, to be the backyard, industrial backyard of the world, so to say. And I think we have today, as European Union, as Germany, we have to reduce these dependencies. With China, we have to create reliable supply chains, and we have to do this in a rule-based order and with multilateral agreements, especially, for example, with countries like India. And I think so we can create more reliable trade and create more welfare in the world.
Thank you, sir. And this is the last round of questions, and I'll go to you, sir, and then Mr. Devashar, and then we'll end it there. So there is a school of thought, sir, which says that use your economic relations with China to settle matters, not as in permanently settle, but get a grip on China, because militarily, you will be able to hold them off. And I think the Indian armed forces can hold them off for a long time, but China will just keep on coming. Do you think we have an economic hook, sir? Do you think there is an economic hook?
Okay, difficult. See, due respects to the Germans who are here, Germany was totally intertwined on economics with the world, with Europe prior to 1914, fought a nasty war thereafter. So economic interdependence as an IR theory, which will not lead to war, is a false one. Because you see, Taiwan has invested maximally or Japan in China, and they fight every day. So, to say that economic interdependence will lead to no war situation is not something you can rely on.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. It's not no war, sir. But can you get a hook, sir? Can you negotiate better?
I don't know. See, we have got 125 billion trade. The Australians have 150 billion. And Australians had to suffer in last 2 years so much because the entire maximum beer is not produced in Germany, though they drink a lot of beer. It's not produced in Czechoslovakia. Maximum beer is produced in China. And it's because of barley that they buy from Australia. And they said, okay, we will not buy barley from Australia and we will not send students to University of Melbourne and University of New South Wales. The economy of Australians sunk like nowhere. So the point is that the Chinese have better controls and they know how to do it. They're a resilient economy. They're culturally 5,000 years old nation. Having said that, make 2 more points. Look, this is PSD Chamber of Commerce. I mean, why can't they do something about it? Why can't we sort out the rare earths? I mean, we buy entire amount of rare earths from China. China produces 75% of the rare earths in the world. But we have 5 to 6% in the sands of our seas. Yeah, let's get on with it. Let's establish the rare earths ourselves and take our rare earths out and use them. Yeah, if this is Chamber of Commerce, let's devise a pockets to move in different manner. I mean, there are many ways. There is an initiative taken by Australia, Japan, and India on supply chain resilience. I think a year ago, they joined together. Why can't Germany join us? I mean, you might have noted down, sir. Because you forget it otherwise. I can believe me, sir. I can rarely have a privilege to speak to an MP in India, an Indian MP. But I'm lucky I'm speaking to an MP of. Okay, that's there, sir. Yeah, thank you.
This is the last question which I'm going to ask to Mr. Tilak Devashar. So, sir, all said and done, sir, we are saying that military bullet to bullet is not doable. And we are saying that China remains the manufacturing hub of the world, sir. So what is the way forward in that sense? I mean, you've heard the member of parliament, you've heard the general speaking. So what is the end state, sir, then?
As I mentioned, the end state is that you have to be economically get very strong yourself.
It's going to take time.
It's going to take time.
10, 15, 20 years.
Certainly. But China started 30 years ago, no? So you can't play catch up so quickly. Number one. Number two, you talked about the spin-off, economic interdependency versus military. See, China functions in compartments. You can have 125 billion trade with India, but when it comes to territory, it's in a totally different league. That will take all its precedence with China. But I think also, I'm not a military man. I'm sure Rakesh will bear this out to me. At the tactical level, on a particular height, whether it was in Galwan, whether it is in Tawang or wherever, the Chinese can't bring to bear their entire military might on that area. Tactically, you fall. So I think militarily, I don't see, as a non-military man, I don't see a problem. I'm sure Rakesh and Ata here, they'll probably bear this out to me. So strengthening yourself economically is the only way forward. And let's not be too perturbed about the military disparity between the two countries. Economically, getting your act together, getting your infrastructure, your logistics push, improving your laws so that foreign companies come and they don't have a problem, plug and play infrastructure and that kind of a thing. You will find that in 5 or 10 years, when more and more companies start manufacturing here, and because you are a democracy, and because you have an open press, that will what will start hurting China a lot. And that's when you will be able to, if not match China, at least certainly be able to, they'll have to take far more notice of you than what they do today.
Yes, please, sir.
You know, that movie said entertainment, entertainment, entertainment. It's all economy, economy, economy. So, I mean, that's the bottom line. But having said that, what do the Chinese want from us here? You know, do they want territory? Is he interested in which territory is interested in? Like Saichen has already got it. Arunachal Pradesh is a settled area because it's populated. He can't take it. Is German I mean, this lifetime he can't take it, just to explain in English. What does he want from us? I mean, why is he doing it? Good question. Any analysts have written 1,000 reams and reams have been written. Books have been written in the last 2 years, which nobody's answered. Why does he want to do it? Is he just wanting to challenge us to make sure our potential, which we have as a country, does not rise to that level? We have tremendous potential in our country. We can rise to levels that we can't imagine. Look, we have changed in the last 6 years, 7 years. He is making us, making sure that we do not get out of the box that we have put us inside and rise to our normal potential. That's what the Chinese want, not territory. Territory is incident. Sorry.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'd like to thank Mr. Marcus Hull, Member of Parliament, also General Rakesh Sharma and Mr. Tilak Devashar. Thank you very much. And I hope you had a good time listening to this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Major Gaurav Arya-ji, for this fantastic panel discussion. We had a wonderful time listening all of you. Quite informative, and definitely there are a lot of takeaways for all the guests who are present here today. So moving forward, I would request Dr. Adrian Hack to come on stage and felicitate our panelists for the day, starting with moderator, Major Gaurav Arya. A big round of applause, please. Up next, we have Mr. Marcus. Next, we have Lieutenant General Dr. Rakesh Sharma. And last, we have Mr. Tilak Devashar, Member of National Security Advisory Board. I would request everybody to kindly come on stage for a group photograph, please. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
So this is what Republic does every day.
So, okay, moving forward, we have panel discussion 4, India's geopolitical scenario, India's changing geopolitical scenario and its impact on the world politics. Starting with, we have moderator Colonel K.V. Kuber, Indian Army veteran, Director, Aerospace and Defense, Ernst & Young LLP. Sure. I'll ask somebody to. Next, we have Mr. Jen Mazzelta, sorry for misspelling it. MP, CDU, CSU economist, member of German Parliament. Ambassador Rahul Chhabra, former Secretary, Economic Relations, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Lieutenant General retired Syed Atta Hassanji, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, and BAR, Indian Army. Former GOC, Chinnar Corps, member NDMA and Chancellor's Central University of Kashmir. And last, we have Mr. Tilak Devashar, member of National Security Advisory Board, former Special Secretary, Cabinet Secretariat, Government of India. So, Mr. Tilak Devashar is going to join us in a moment, and I would request Colonel K.V. Kuber ji to kindly take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. And welcome again for a session on which we have a very, very distinguished and a senior panel out here with the Member of Parliament himself, Jan Metzler, leading it. He is a Member of Parliament from the CDU, an economist, And what many of you may not know is his real expertise is in wine, in growing wine. And it is, I think, generation old tradition where wine has been growing in the family and has been growing for the world. And that's his real expertise. And I think we've been thinking about this whole thing of what is the geopolitical scenario, and in the context of geopolitical scenario, what is G20? So I think what I will do first is I want to give a very free run to Ian Metzler to express his uninhibited views, and so that we'll benefit from there and we'll take it forward. Ian, all yours, sir.
Thank you, Excellency. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's an honor for me to be here. It's now my 4th time here in India. To be honest, first time I came with a general interest. Now I came to this wonderful country as a friend. And it is really a pleasure to be again here. And let me add one thing. Thank you so much for your lovely words about wine. As a wine grower, it's always wonderful to hear this. By my job, I say always, we are the ones which can fill in joy into bottles. And this can also help to solve tricky problems, also in politics. In general, ladies and gentlemen, it's not only an honor to be here, it is also important to be here as Germans, as Europeans. And let me say also and underline, we have a major interest to strengthen the potential and also the partnership and the friendship between our two countries. And you said India has the time, it's the time of India, the time is now. And you are the 5th largest economy. You have the 3rd largest army. By population, you are the biggest country on this globe. And I think we can't solve the problems on this globe without India. No, India is in a ruling position and you're sitting already on the high table to solve all these problems. And we heard a lot about climate change. We heard about all the topics regarding the transformation already, what economics in our days in the 21st century without carbon dioxide means. All these aspects, also the digitalization. All this means that we have to solve it as one family, as friends on this planet. And as your theme topic from, sorry, I have to phrase it rightly. I have to pronounce it. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam Bakam. Was it right pronounced? Oh, wonderful. I tried really to learn it and I pronounce it hopefully in the right way. And if you say yes, it's wonderful. And you expressed by this topic that you want to reach this point, that your thinking, your general thinking is as one family on this globe. And I heard also many things, and it was very interesting also to listen to the last panel regarding the topic China. I think in our days, it's also a test how fast we are as democracies against the fastness of autocracies. And I think that we, on the long run, democracies are the sustainable one because we have an inclusive aspect we bring in to the people. And so on the long run, we win. But in some days, to solve all these problems, my general hope is also we as politicians, and I think it's the same in India, sometimes we as politicians in democracies, we regulate faster as we understood the topic. In special in case of, for example, digitalization. And we have to learn that also China is using this fastness to be in many aspects a first mover, artificial intelligence and many other topics. So my point of view is that we have to strengthen the possibilities, the ambitions between our wonderful countries, but also between India and Europe to focus climate change, digitalization, all the topics of our days to bring in that what you underlined and expressed. The world is one family, and by your presidentship of the G20, you have all the possibilities to put this on the stage. And please be sure your friend from Germany will help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. He resonated with the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and I think that's the way he resonated. Yeah, that's a very, I'm talking about a 5,000, 10,000-year-old saying out here in India. But you talked about that one family, you talked about democracy. He's from the Worms, you know, he took the Worms constituency, and he has been, and for those of you who do not know, his sister was the wine princess in okay, yeah, but yes, that's what it is. So you know, you've been a vocal opponent of the income tax raises and creation of a national minimum wage, arguing that collective bargaining by trade unions was the better way to achieve minimum wage standards than have it set by politicians. I think I really like that, the way you articulated yourself in the Buddhist stand. So I'm going to come back to you on that. So I just thought I should give you a heads up on how do we want to do this collective bargaining as part of G20 to propel the economies of the underprivileged ones, so that, you know, we are talking in terms of equality, and we are talking in terms of enabling the under-enabled. So I think I want to come back to that on that. And talking about military diplomacy, you know, India extends about 900 million aid to Sri Lanka. We have been talked about this. I mean, as much as we get, actually, we are giving a lot. Bangladesh to import defense items. India, Nepal sign a pact. Maldives, the president, the chief of defense staff was in India. The Indian Coast Guard aircraft forced the Pakistan Navy warship to return to its waters. We are asserting ourselves in the region. We are offering naval warships and BrahMos to Chile. We are delivering the reconnaissance aircraft to Sri Lankan military. Delhi, Jakarta, we are stepping up the defense cooperation. Vietnam is looking at our Israeli barracks. India and Bangladesh, we have signed a defense deal for $500 million, the line of credit. And there is a wish list from Bangladesh over there. And the defense minister and our defense minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh, and the Cambodian General T-Bang co-chair they co-chaired the Maiden India Asian Defense Ministers meeting. And you know, so much more is happening over there. I'm just seeing that Ambassador Chabra has a very distinguished track record across global and local settings, including leadership's roles spanning policy making, execution, and corporate engagement. A strategic thinker with deep knowledge and insights and extensive global network. He's passionate, energetic, and influential leader. So, with a neighborhood first policy and your active role in spearheading India's $40 billion development partnership program spanning multiple continent sectors, how do you see this opportunity in a changing global scenario for India to step up to the global leadership position?
Thank you, Colonel Kuber. It's a pleasure to be here on this panel this evening. Yes, it's a great opportunity at the moment that $40 billion is just the portfolio that we have. And it's the lines, several of it is the lines of credit. A lot of it is given as grants, it's given as loan. There's different sort of formats in which this money is dispensed. So it's a large portfolio. But what I wanted to emphasize here was that it's not enough. Most of the neighborhood and even the extended neighborhood, which we talked about, Central Asia and Southeast Asia, is wanting India to step up even further. So there's a huge gap where they require sort of, if we don't fill that gap, somebody else will fill it. So that's where we need to realize that. But then we can't overstep considering our own capabilities. We spoke about that in the last panel, the checkbook diplomacy of some other countries. We may not be able to match them dollar for dollar. So we'll have to see, of course, but our dollar brings more bang for the buck than many other dollars, including maybe the European Union dollars, if I may mention, since we have Europe here. So there's different ways in which the money is spent. So therefore, of course, our products, our expertise, all comes at a pretty reasonable rate, meant for the sort of neighborhood with that sort of environment that it is. So it's really appropriate where it functions. So this is the right moment for us to sort of step in and fill that gap. Thank you.
So that's very interesting. In fact, I was noticing in the 2009 declaration of the G20, which was the London Declaration, and there was an infusion of $1.1 trillion into the economy. I think it was more specifically to the Southeast Asian countries. Philippines was falling, and there was this this whole economy was going into a spiral, and they tried to match the dollar. And when the U.S. economy was coming back, was gaining ground, it crashed. And this type of an infusion, what type of effect it had, and what do you think we can have? I just thought I'll leave this as a question to you, and I'll come back to you in a while on that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the weaning away from Russia, and I would say sort of slant leaning towards the US. And we have the Defense Minister of India attending the 2+2 with the US. India and US renewing their offer to co-develop on the fighter engines. The US House recommends a CATSA waiver for India. India and US Special Forces do exercises. There's a defense engagement from a buyer seller to a co-production. Key transfer of technologies is taking place. With an eye on China, we're also developing drones, co-developing drones with the US. And I think there is some movement on that side with Bharat Forge coming in. And there is a launch of the free trade agreement with UK. I mean, there's focus on critical materials. Australia announcing about 1,500 crores. India, Japan agreeing to strengthen. So I'm just giving these as a pointer. And so 3 minutes will not be enough. It will definitely not be enough, because your views on this subject and your views on a global subject, I think we want to inspire this audience as to what is it that we need to do more, and does this platform provide, I want to believe the time is now. The time was probably long back. So the time is always there. So I just we wanted your views, sir. Yes, sir. Indo-US, and how we are balancing the whole act.
Thank you. Thank you for, first of all, having me on this panel. And the question is an excellent question. But may I just start by trying to go a little beyond 3 minutes by stating that, first of all, I think India has surprised the world. India has surprised itself by the resilience that it has shown in the last 3 years. And those 3 years actually is the outcome of the previous couple of years in which the buildup has taken place and a strategic confidence has come into place as far as India is concerned. Since geopolitics is part of this whole discussion, let me just highlight for you the events from 2015 onwards, how they have added to India's strategic confidence. That will then relate to this question itself. You see, 2000, when Mr. Modi came to power, we made the first initial, we took the first steps to reach out to Pakistan and things like that. And we waited for 1.5 years for things to improve on their own. They didn't. He sent the Honorable Sushma Swaraj, late Sushma Swaraj to Islamabad, or the Heart of Asia Conference. And we even started the UFA talks took place and lots of other things happened. But at the end of it, when Mr. Modi visited Pakistan on the 25th of December, 2015, we got our answer. Because 7 days later, Pathankot took place. And 2016 was a deciding year, very defining year. That's the year we took our decision, no talks, etc. You may think that I'm being very narrow in my approach, but I'm addressing Pakistan. But I thought I must kill this year. Because 2016 onwards, India's strategic confidence started taking off. And that's one of the reasons why the international community, maybe not the entire international community, but elements within the community started getting worried. Here is a nation supposedly laid back, which no great stakes. I mean, it's very slow and laborious in its process of progress, etc. Suddenly taking off strategically. From an economic angle, yes, we were still down, coming down to 4.5 and 5% around 2017. But we took off. We had Pathankot, we had Uri, we had other events and things like that. And by 2020 came the pandemic. The pandemic should have been the last straw, actually, which should have destroyed us. Instead of that, it proved to the world our resilience. And we rose from there. All this while, you've seen from 2005 onwards, the buildup of the Indo-US relationship, including the whole issue of nuclearization, the nuclear suppliers group issue, etc., terrorism, and then 2005 onwards, the efforts to try and come strategically close to each other. You found BICA, the logistic LEMOA. These are the kind of agreements that we had, which were never really coming anywhere near fructification. But suddenly they started taking off. Obviously, the potential that was displayed by India. And that is why I believe today, because of the potential we displayed during the pandemic itself, this is going to enhance in a huge way. Now, someone may debate and say, the United States, after making all this, carrying out all this cooperation with India, has taken a back step by suddenly going ahead with a refurbishment program of $400 million for the F-16s for Pakistan. I don't take these are tactical things in a relationship, I would say. I think India has grown much beyond that. And that's why the list of issues, the lists of domains which you just brought out, in which there is cooperation taking place between India and the United States, strategically oriented. There will be many, many obstacles in the way which will come. The United States is the world's policeman. It's not looking after only Indian interests, it has to look after its own interests. And therefore, I think a certain degree of strategic maturity has come into our relationship today. And that will ensure that in the next few years, this relationship will only grow despite Ukraine, despite our relationship with Russia, or any other differences that we may have as far as the strategic domain is concerned.
So thank you so much for that. I mean, you really touched the nerve on the Indo-US relationship and how, in this so-called, or I mean, in a sort of a unipolar world, how a non-aligned country like India can actually play the role, a pivotal role, and bridge the gap. I think so. That's a very great comment. May I ask you a supplementary question at this stage itself? On one side, we were always speaking about a two-front war. And today I find one of our armies actually is facing the two-front war. You've been there, you've done that. And just the Northern Army itself is facing it all the time. And in the previous session, I did see Major Gaurav Arya actually touching this question and sort of touching and leading away from that. Would you want to throw some light on that as to how we can sort of go ahead from here?
Okay. So, interesting. Of course, I mean, this is a subject by itself. One day, perhaps you all should organize a complete session with the same kind of panel to discuss this very issue. I'm sure lots and lots of people who are present here will find it very interesting. As far as the two-front war is concerned, first of all, personally speaking, I am of the opinion that a two-front war will never take place. First of all, I even doubt that a war with China will take place. China will continue to threaten you, will continue to calibrate its strategy against you, but the final shot may not be fired. It's happened since 1975 to 2020 also. You remember the shot which was fired in 1975 on an Assam Rifles patrol, which killed 4 people in Arunachal, right? The next shot which was fired was in Galwan. In Galwan also there was no shot fired. Actually, Galwan was a lot about clubbing, etc., right? So I'm strongly of the belief, the authority on it is General Sharma, but I'm strongly of the belief, whatever China does to you is to send home a message. You are a second-rate power. Not You cannot compete against China. A 17, 18 trillion dollar economy of China against India's $3 trillion economy, you are miles apart. So don't think of becoming parallel with China. A message, because India's strategic confidence has been rising over the years, last few years particularly. And China fears that if left alone, this same confidence may transform itself in a manner that it could be a threat to China. China is suspicious. It's essentially suspicious. There is a trust deficit between us, which goes back to 1962 and before that. What it has to do is to keep cautioning you. It has to keep putting it in your mind, psychologically addressing you. And the last part of it, ensuring that your attention remains focused to the Himalayan belt in the north. That's where, you see, that is where we think that the Chinese are going to address us always. The actual domain, and we have naval officers sitting here, the actual domain for challenging China is the maritime domain. That's the place where we should be challenging him. So, to cut it short, I don't think they're going to go to war with China for a long time, but these Galwans will happen, Yangtzes will happen, they will keep happening all the time, right? We should not be so much concerned about it. It shouldn't put us out of gear completely in our strategic thinking. As far as Pakistan is concerned, you are seeing what's happening in Pakistan. Is Pakistan in a state to come to war with you? Conventionally, no. But yes, in low intensity, it will continue to remain a nuisance. Its nuisance value will be there. You will not be required to launch strike codes and things like that, but you will have to learn how to fight a hybrid war. This war is going to be a hybrid war. And hybrid wars are not fought by armies alone. Hybrid wars are fought by civil society along with army, along with the security forces. So the earlier we realize in India that the threat from Pakistan requires an all-of-government approach, and that every one of you is a soldier as much as I am, that will be the day when we would have actually conceived the right strategy to defeat Pakistan. And in the end, if China comes to war with us, maybe a border war with us, I'm of the belief that Pakistan will compulsorily do something, but it will achieve nothing. At the end of the day, the question we should ask ourselves, which General Rakesh Sharma was asking, is what does China want from us? That is the thing, which in the last couple of years, we've been trying to flounder around to answer it. And the answer I come to at the end of the day is to put us in our place, nothing more.
Thank you, sir. A very huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that. That coming from my guru of yesteryears, and it's absolutely enlightening. So thank you so much for that. He talked about the nibbling actions. He talked about hybrid war. He talked about all of government approach, and yes, that's really very nice. So thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do now is, I'll move on a little and go and talk about the focus areas of G20 and the rotating presidency, broad macroeconomic issues, and it says inter alia, it includes trade. Of course, there's sustainable development, health, agriculture, etc. The Toronto Declaration came out with adding one more aspect to the whole thing, and that was development. And then came adoption of an action plan to support the development and deepening of the local markets. And then we talked about strengthening the oversight and regulation of shadow banking, which happened in St. Petersburg. So we have seen, in terms of restoring the confidence, growth, jobs, financial system, and repatriation of black money, highlighting the political turbulence in many parts of the world, and the Ebola pandemic. And then I'm thinking, when India is using its presidency today, can it address the conflict while stressing peace and go a long way in bringing the parties to the table? And India can probably bridge the gap that probably exists between the global north and the global south, we have been talking about South-South cooperation a long time. And this particular year, we have also introduced what is called as the Startup 20 Engagement Group, which is an initiative of India, a new group on disaster risk reduction. And so talking about all this, I have great pleasure in inviting Mr. Tilak Devashar, member of the National Security Advisory Board, a prolific writer, has written many books. I just can recall the Pashtuns, quoting the abyss with Pakistan at the helm, and the Balochistan conundrum. So you have a deep and in-depth insight into the neighborhood as well as governance. How do you really see the Indian leadership contributing to the global landscape?
You see, we also talked in the last panel, the world sits up and takes notice from you if you're talking from a position of strength. For many, many decades after we got our independence, India was not really looked upon seriously. Today, why is the change? The change is people look upon you seriously because whether it is economic development, whether it is the kind of number of millions of people you have pulled out of poverty, whether it is your infrastructure push, whether it is building roads and highways, whether it is the modernization of the military, people are beginning to notice you. The way you stood up to China, both at Galwan and subsequently in Arunachal Pradesh, you are noticed. And now, assuming the presidency of the G20, and let's not also forget the SCO, India is in a far better position and a stronger position to frame the rules of the global order, emerging global order, rather than just being just a party to following the rules. And people are willing to listen. You talked about the global south. This is what I think the Prime Minister has talked about, what he's going to do in the G20. So there is a greater credibility and legitimacy in India, in Indian leadership and in Indian policies. We talk about strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy actually does not mean that you're cutting yourself off from the world. It actually means you are looking and talking to people. So India is in a position at the time when the relationship was better. You could talk to President Xi Jinping, whether it was in this Mallapuram. You could talk to, Howdy Modi, and subsequently when the Quad. You could talk to a Russian president in Samarkand. We're probably the only country who can talk to both Saudi Arabia as well as to Iran. These are the things that matter. These are the things that dictate the kind of power that India has today. And therefore, yes. So when India says, when the Prime Minister, despite being very close to Russia, says that this is not the time for war, and people understand where you're coming from. People understand and appreciate that kind of honesty and straight talking, and enhances the credibility. So when India will next, whatever moves it makes, which I am not privy to, there will be great credibility because you're coming from a source of strength and a source of power which has been built up over the last decades. One word about Pakistan, since that's my area of specialization. The headlines, the articles in the paper don't seem to really convey the deep, deep problems in Pakistan today. I've been watching Pakistan for the last 25, 30 years. I've never seen it so bad. It's been called what's called a polycrisis. There is a huge economic problem. There's a huge political problem because of Imran Khan. There's a huge social problem because of polarization. And there is a massive security situation because the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan is like bees. You have upset bees in a beehive, and they are not going to settle down without biting Pakistan very badly. So those of you who are interested, and I see a lot of young students here, those of you who are interested in South Asia and Pakistan, do follow the Pakistan story very closely, not just the headlines. The blast that took place yesterday was just one blast. There are going to be several more blasts. And see the political fallout of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which now has a sanctuary with the Taliban in Afghanistan. They're both Pashtuns. They both follow the code, which is called Pashtunwali. And this is going to have a major impact on Pakistan. And in India, we should not be too happy with this situation simply because if there is an implosion, a lot of the Malwa is going to come to us, whether in terms of refugees, whether in terms of ideology, whether in terms of terrorism. So we need to also watch this very carefully. Thank you.
So, sir, while you're there, so as can India use the full potential of G20? Because after all, it's got a lot of potential. And can we use this potential to address some of the issues that you've been talking? Is that from a point of view of governance? What's your view on that?
Yes, certainly. I think terrorism is going to be a major issue in G20 because so many countries are affected by terrorism. It's also going to be, on the economic side, you have a country, for example, like Pakistan, it's been to the IMF 23 times. Every time, $6 billion, $9 billion, and yet the economy continues to, they barely have 15 days worth of foreign exchange left. And they're going from pillar to post to get $1 billion from the IMF. That will last 2 months. 2 months later, they'll again be back to asking for this. So this is the kind of issues of governance, which I'm sure the G20 will discuss. And what do you do with a basket case like Pakistan? How long can the international community keep on shoring this up? And today, let me tell you, because of the conflict in Ukraine, there's a lot of fatigue among the donors. They are not able to handle this. And if you are not able to settle down in Afghanistan, as I mentioned, the problem of refugees, the problem of drugs, the problem of ungoverned spaces where international terrorism is incubating. You've heard of the ISKP, the Al-Qaeda, in the Indian subcontinent. These terrorist groups are incubating and will be a danger to the entire region and even the West. So I'm sure this will come up in G20, which India will then lead the discussions and see what is the best solution to it.
Thank you very much, sir. That was pretty good and enlightening. And I want to recall what the Honorable Member of Parliament, Ms. Laura, was talking early in the morning. Ms. Hoffman was talking, the missed opportunities which are real. So talking about the 1.1 trillion, the question that I gave you a little while ago, we don't want to miss any more opportunities. At least let us be clear about that. And in the context that since we have learned that there have been missed opportunities and we should not miss anymore, how do you think we want to use the IMF, the World Bank, and in the context of the focus areas of G20?
First of all, I think as Europeans, we should change a general mindset. As Europeans, we often in our news, in our daily discussions, we have a very Eurocentric perspective of many things. And first of all, we need the awareness to understand also what happened, for example, in the global hemisphere of the South. So, and therefore, I mentioned before that I strongly believe that the Indian presidentship is that much important because I see India as a brickstone between the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere, also to put in reforms on the table for such global institutions which can be accepted by both parts of the world. And I think on that point, we should negotiate and also learn by your perspective and your point of view, because our point, again, is often very Euro-eccentric, and therefore we have to deal with this. And to be honest, also regarding Africa, for example, often Africa was additive. We had not really a permanent awareness as European what happened in Africa. But in my case, as a wine grower, if climate change, we have a more drier and hotter atmosphere, but in the south, it means that the people will die because they have not enough food. Jakarta will sink in the ocean. So therefore, the general keyword is awareness as Europeans, but also as Indians, that you will be a key element to have this general awareness on a global stage. And therefore, I hope that you can bring in such elements on the table which can be accepted from both sides.
Thank you, sir. When 1.2 billion people become aware, I think things will change. And I think you talked about the mindset, and I think thank you very much for that. I really want to open the panel to the audience, and I want to encourage people to ask questions to this eminent panel. And before I do that, I just want to make one important observation here, and that is the US-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, which was launched by the heads of states of both nations, India and the US, Prime Minister Mr. Modi and the US President Joe Biden, on the sidelines of the Quad Summit in May 22. The first meeting as we are discussing today, is happening in the US. Both the NSAs are engaged in this talk, in this type of a discussion. I don't know, Prachi, are you anywhere here? Prachi has been talking to me in the break when we were having coffee. She talked about technology sovereignty. And I thought, Ambassador, you've been ambassador to Kenya, Somalia, you've been a representative at the United Nations, Hungary, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and guided the Exim Bank as a board member and been there in the Economic Coordination Council. So when we talk about this, high technology cooperation group, the dual use, deep technology areas, and this whole topic of technology sovereignty, what do you think, sir? How do you think G20 can address any of this? Because there is one aspect of development that was introduced as a focus area.
Yeah, you're right. The NSAs are meeting as we speak on this very critical issue. And I think as just going back to what Lieutenant General Atta Hussain mentioned, that many of us need to realize, since we are talking of Indo-US, when the 123 agreement was signed in 2008, I was part of that historic moment. How the geopolitics of the world has changed since then. This entire nuclear regime was set up to constrain India and not give it the technologies. And now we are members of 3 of those 4 groups: the Missile Technology Control Regime, the Australia Group, the Wassenaar Group. It's only NSG that we haven't yet been able to join. So we are now having access to those raw materials and technologies, which is shared by these countries in this. But still, several countries are reluctant, even today, even though we might be strategic partners with the United States, getting access to the really high-end technologies is difficult. And that's why we need this sort of dialogue, which the NSAs are conducting as of now. Going back to the G20, they will probably raise this issue, but that isn't really the forum where these issues will get resolved. So there are different forums where these issues get resolved. The G20 is a platform where you voice your opinions, views on these sort of issues, because this is not really a technology sort of issue that will be discussed at the G20 in that specificity to get a response to that sort of issue.
Thank you, sir. So the whole concept of G20 was of inclusiveness, and I think the audience is getting included. Sir, please, all yours.
Of course, it's a pleasure to hear all the experts on the subject here. So I have 2 questions. Number 1, Russia attacking Ukraine, I think is really sad and unfortunate, because if a superpower can do that, this has set an example that tomorrow China can invade Taiwan, China can attack India. Now, how do we ensure that this sort of a stupid, dumb thing doesn't happen again? Because to kill anyone is definitely genocide. Sitting across the table to talk and solve your problems, that was the rule. Number 2, when will the eyes of the democratic countries open? That we all need to work together. I think the time has come when all the democratic nations also need to open up the minds, increase trade with each other, stop buying so much from China. So, question to my German friend. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I want to comment first the first part, the first question. Therefore, it is that important that we solve this Ukraine-Russian aspect, because China is looking very carefully how the world, how Europeans, but the entire world will react. And if it's not absolutely clear that Russia jumped over a red line, then China will realize that there is, let me say, a space for activities. And if we not fill in this hole, the outcome at the far end can bring much more worth things and aspects to the world at that what we happen also now. So that people dying in Ukraine every day. So, but the general thing is the big elephant, the big white elephant in this room on the entire world is Taiwan. This is the big white elephant. And we do not, if we do not want to bring in this aspect to the table, we should solve as soon as possible that what happened actually in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. First point of view from my side. Second, I also strongly believe that we should negotiate with Democrats. But the politics starts with to have a strong view on the realism, and realism shows us that not all over the world there are pure Democrats. That's the aspect, and we also believed that trade can change minds. Also, this not happened completely, but the thing is now we have to strengthen the democratic aspect of the world. We have to strengthen the democracies also economically in this world. Because of this, for example, a FTA agreement is that as important it is, because I mentioned before, India is the fifth largest economy in this world. But our position between the trade between our two countries is not between 1 and 10, it's between position 10 and 20. So we have to change this if we want to make sure that there is an outcome. So my final comment is, at the end, maybe it sounds a little bit pathetic, but this is a small planet regarding to the billions of galaxies and stars around us. And first of all, if we are that small, we should deal with our problems as soon as possible. We should understand each other as a global planet, and we have global problems. And so we should also negotiate in one family, and to make sure that at the far end, the values of democracy can win the race. That's the important thing.
So please chip in. Please. Thank you. I think there's an excellent set of questions. But an audience as educated as this mustn't go away without listening to one snippet of this Russia-Ukraine issue. I visited Russia 2015 maybe. And while in conversation with a strategic think tank, they said 3 months down the line, you'll see we'll be in Syria. That's the time when the ISIS was at its peak. I was wondering, why would the Russians want to go physically into Syria? And then 3 months later, it happened. And then I started reading the analyses. It emerged very clearly that the Russians were most concerned about this one port in the Mediterranean, port called Latakia, which is in Syria. And next to it is a huge airbase, which is the only airbase that the Russians have got in the Middle East. What is the importance of these two? It's the only way by which they can have some semblance of control over the Eastern Mediterranean. And the Eastern Mediterranean is such an important area of the world, strategically. That's the place through which all the routes, the oil routes, energy routes, as much as the south of Cape Comorin, you find all the routes of sea lines of communication going. That is the other place where you find all the waterways full of all this. The Gulf of Aden, Persian Gulf itself, the Suez Canal, everything is there. What it ultimately boils down to is what concerns the Russians always. And this is something that the world has to look at. The Russians are concerned most about their access to the sea. You've got naval officers sitting here. They're the ones who should be talking on this in greater detail. Where do the Russians have access to the sea? Either Vladivostok on the Pacific Ocean, other end, or the Arctics. Where do they trade from? Where do they establish control from? Only from the Black Sea. Their concern is the Black Sea. If Ukraine becomes a part of NATO, do you know what will happen to all these ports of the Black Sea? Everything will go to NATO. Where will the Russians be? This is a power struggle, primarily for the seas, the ports, which has to be understood. Not much is being written about it. Few knowledgeable people from the various naval organizations around the world do write on it very extensively. The sensitivity of Russia is all about its maritime power, nothing else.
Yeah, Mr. Tilak, sir, you said about Pakistan. Recently, Pakistan Prime Minister proposed to have a talk because he feels that we had 3 wars and we have learned a very bad lesson. When next time there was a foreign ministry that we want to negotiate Kashmir with 370 also. So how long we can avoid Pakistan? Second thing, General Hassanein Saab, you said we will never have two wars, but every last 1 year we have millions of cyber attacks from China. So this is a very huge problem, more than two wars. So how to deal with this cyber war also?
So, the simple answer to your question is that under Imran Khan, Pakistan has closed the door on any dialogue with India by taking the position that unless the changes of 5th August 2019 are reversed, they will not trade, they will not hold any dialogue with India. Now, it makes no difference to us. Trade didn't make a difference to us anyway because our exports are booming much more than pre-2019 days. They don't want to talk, there's no water of our backs. When Shehbaz Sharif made that statement, the very next day, his own office contradicted him by saying that unless the changes are reversed, we can't talk. So, unless and until Pakistan clarifies its stand, because those changes are not going to be reversed, Pakistan also knows it. In fact, if you see in the last couple of days, weeks, there has been a spate of articles in the Pakistani media, which says that Kashmir, India has settled. Now we should worry about what to do with our portion of Kashmir, that is the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So Pakistan has boxed itself in as far as dialogue with India is concerned. They have to come out of the box. They have to find a way without humiliating themselves in front of the public. How do they start a dialogue with India? It can be on different issues, It can be trade, it can be on prisoners, it can be many small issues you can begin. Climate change, the flooding that took place in Pakistan, humanitarian assistance, many things can be done. But Pakistan has to first of all walk the talk by saying they're willing to talk to India.
So I just want to allow one question for anybody below the age of 25 after your question, sir. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I'll be very, very brief in telling you this. While on one side, the Ukraine-Russia war is displaying the return of conventional warfare, the rest of the world has moved on to what is called hybrid war. Wars are not necessarily fought between armies standing against each other or naval armadas, etc. Wars are fought in different domains. Cyber is one of them. Information is the other one. No, we have to make ourselves proficient in these areas. Financial warfare, economic warfare, right? Cyber warfare. I hope you know that the Chinese concept adopted from 1990 Gulf War, the first thing was war under informationized conditions, came out in 1993, the first doctrine. And in 10 years' time, in 2003, China came out with a new set, 3 warfare strategy. Cyber, media, and legal. All that you're finding along the LAC today of putting these villages all over is nothing but legal warfare. So we have to learn now how to fight this warfare in a different way. It's not just a question of exchange of bullets and exchange of missiles. It is war in different domains.
Hello, I am Ravinder Singh. I am technology expert. Sir, my question is to Mr. General Atta. Sir, the thing is, we are going after making tail of C-130 aircrafts, but we are not making refrigerators and so home appliances, and we are neglecting small industries. We are neglecting our medium industries. So we don't have any policy. You see, we don't have a solar rooftops. We are going after green hydrogen and things like that. We don't have any strategy, we don't have development strategy. Way back in 2005, there was an exhibition in Pragati Maidan, and they were Chinese companies, Chinese trade office, they were giving, sir, they were giving, sir, they were giving, CDs. And I found that, they are having, even in 2005, they had production capacity to serve the entire world. They have so many production lines, even in 2005. And so we don't have any policy, sir. We are, our, small things, they are made, even LED lamps, they are imported from China. And we don't have even have a repairing facility. If your LED lamp of 150 rupees, has some problem, it can't be repaired. So we don't even have a basic industrial policy. That's the tragedy of India.
I think you're being far too pessimistic. By saying that we have no industrial policy. I mean, come on. Why do you have a PhD Chamber of Commerce? If there was no industrial policy, I don't think so this chamber would be existing. If everything was so ad hoc, or सब कुछ इतना ही खराब था, तो यहाँ बैठ के बातें क्या कर रहे हैं? No, please. I think you are being very, very pessimistic. You may have had a personal experience. I don't know. But if you ask any of the industrial houses who are represented here, I think we've done a very good job for the last 10 years. And even before, I'm not being political about it or naming any government. I think we've been consistent. Yes, it has been slow. We're a country of 1.2 billion people. We have lots of difficulties and challenges. But look at your infrastructure today. Look at your highways. Look at your ports. Look at your trains. I mean, you're saying there is no policy? ये तो बड़ी रात्रि की बात है.
No, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Just to put it in context, we went on to a capitalistic economy in 1991 with the first industry policy of 1991. And we have moved away from the concept of reserved sectors to licensed sectors. And today it's an open economy. There is if you see, even if I were to go by the percentage of MSMEs who are taking the benefit from the GEM portal, we are talking in terms of lakhs of crores, and it's happening every year. If I take only FOs, for example, which I'm tracking all the tender RFPs which are going only to the MSMEs, the small and medium ones, I'm talking about 250 crores every month. We are talking about 7,000 crores in terms of revenue procurement every year. We are talking in terms of 1,94,000 crores in the PLI schemes itself, which is benefiting most of the things. We are talking in terms of the big industries who are outsourcing to more than about 40%, which is going to the MSMEs in downstream. We are talking. So anyway, there's a long list. I don't want to go there. Under 25 is not responding. So, oh yes. Are you under 25? Oh, good. Okay. But just after under 25, we're just winding up. After the last question.
Okay.
Last question, sir, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Gaurav. My question is to you that, to Tilak, sir, that comparison is good, but usually we put ourselves on the second hand of the comparison, but considering that we make ourselves as a paradigm of that comparison and take other look on us that, yes, this is now the current scenario. This is the current time that India is on the top and we should compare ourselves with the ability of India. How our government is working on that field?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Okay, my question, let me make it simpler. My question is that we compare two things, okay? Now everyone is working that China is doing this. We are comparing ourselves with China. But we should also look on another scenario that we as Indians be the paradigm. We, the example setter. Other countries, small growing country, put ourselves as a leader and compare themselves that how can we grow like China, like India in this scenario. How our government is working on this matter?
No, so I think it was mentioned. What you said is natural. You compare yourself with whoever you think is the leader in that particular time. So neighborhood first policy, I think if you're referring to countries in the neighborhood like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, all of them are looking at them, comparing themselves to India just as we compare ourselves with China. China probably compares itself with the US. So it's a natural progression. Sab log karte hain. And we have following consistently a policy of neighborhood first. Even when it was evacuation of people, we evacuated not only Indians for COVID, we also evacuated people from the neighborhood, people from Bangladesh and from Sri Lanka. Whether it was vaccines, we first gave vaccines to the neighborhood. So this is basically the impact. Because of India's leadership, we consider ourselves the neighborhood is most important for us more than anything else. So we pay a lot of focused attention onto the neighborhood, and they in turn, I'm not saying they are grateful, but they accept Indian leadership in the region. Whenever there is an earthquake, for example, or whether there is a Sri Lanka, $900 million is something that we had given The largest donor to Sri Lanka was India. So this is how also builds goodwill. It also that because you're the largest country in the region, that's why you support the neighbors.
So, thank you. Thank you for that, young man. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been a fantastic audience, and I think it was an inclusive session now with the concept of inclusivity in G20. Thank you very much for posing those questions to the panels. Let me have the honor of thanking the esteemed senior panel in front of me, His Excellency Sir Jan Metzler, the man who actually gave us can trade also trade minds. I really like that comment which you made, and I think that was very good. Ambassador Rahul Chabra, so thank you very much for infusing that trillions of dollars into the economy as we go forward as part of D20. General Atta Hussain, sir, the strategic thinker that we have, and his enlightening views on various aspects. You can listen to him for a whole year and you will still not be satisfied. And Mr. Tilak Devashesh, sir, the member of the National Security Advisor Board, thank you so much for your expert comments on the neighborhood, on Pakistan. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel K.V. Kuber and the distinguished panelists who are with us. So before moving forward, I would like to say definitely the word think tank came from military. Now that's more evident after this conclave. And I would like to invite on stage Dr. Pradeep Multani ji, our former immediate past president, to felicitate our two new panelists who have joined us for this particular session, Mr. Jen Metzler and Ambassador Rahul Chabra ji. I would request Dr. Adrian Haig to also join us on stage, please. A big round of applause, please. I would request all the panelists to come in front for a group photograph, please. Thank you. This was the last session of the day. Big round of applause for all our panelists who were there. It was only because of them it was possible. I request everybody to kindly join us for dinner now. Thank you so much, and we thank our partners, Cordner and News Stifting, for supporting this cause and making this happen. Thank you so much.
Please, please, sir. एक मेरा फोटो दें. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. What's that? Thanks. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Well, first of all, I have a link to companies which are active in the same sector as your to be honest, I do not have project like various facilities to bring and so these people only yes, 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 we had COVID for the pandemic. Very rapid.